I'm an NPC and today we are going to build a blog website together. For the front end, we'll use React and Firebase for the back end. On the page you can register, log in, and on the home page you can see the blogs of all users. On the personal blog page you can see your own blogs. In addition, you can create your own blogs there with blog image, title and different sections. Furthermore, you can adjust your personal profile by updating your profile picture and username. On the individual blog pages you can read the blog and read and write comments. And don't worry, you don't need to be an expert for this project. I tried to explain everything along the way. Okay guys, so let's get started by creating the project. For this project we're going to use Tailwind CSS together with Vite. Vite is basically an environment that allows us to basically install React, and it allows us to bundle React projects, and yeah, it has a lot more advantages. But if you want to know more about Vite, feel free to go to the documentation and read about it. Tailwind CSS is a CSS framework that allows us to style our components in a pretty easy way, but you'll see all of this once we are getting into the project, and it's really not that hard. So in case you don't know Vite or Tailwind yet, you definitely know after the project. So first of all, we go to the Tailwind CSS website, to the guide that shows us how to install Tailwind CSS together with Vite. So we get both of it together. And first up, we create our project using Vite by typing npm create Vite at latest. And here you type in the project name. So for example, our blog page, can take whatever name you want. Then you're going to wait, and then it will ask you to select the framework. We are going to select React and JavaScript. Then we're going to navigate into our blog page. We're going to install the necessary packages using npm-i. We're going to wait for it to finish, and right here you see basically the steps you have to follow. We're going to do npm run dev a little bit later. Before we do it, we have to install some extra packages, which is basically the second step right here. So you're going to copy this one. We'll paste it into the terminal again. We're going to wait for it to finish. This might take probably a couple of seconds. And then we're going to run this command as well. And we can already copy the stuff from the third point, I guess. And we have to paste this one into the tailwind.config.js. So we're basically going to open the project in our code editor. I'm going to use Visual Studio Code, but you can use basically whatever you want. And then we'll try to find the tailwind.config.js. We're going to paste in the code that we just copied. Then we go to the next step, we take the index.css, copy the code again, go to the source folder, and here you have an index.css. You can basically delete everything and you just paste in the stuff that you copied. And right now you can take this app.jsx code, you go to the app.jsx, delete everything, copy it in, and right now we can take a look at the project, or a first look at the project, by running npm run dev. So it loads a couple of seconds. Now we're going to type in npm run dev. It will start a development server using Vite. You can copy this link and you can paste it in right here. And then you basically see a hello world website, which is basically just what we imported right here. So the first step when creating the blog website is that we can take a look at the data scheme, I say. So basically the data we're going to use. And for this project we're going to use Firebase as the backend and React for the front end, as you already saw. And we'll have basically 3 collections, or 2 collections and 1 sub-collection, if you want to say it like that. In our project, we want to have a user who can log in, who can register, and then he has a blog page that shows all of his blogs. And then we have a home page where basically the blogs of all users will be displayed. But you'll see it once we are getting into the project. First of all, we will need a user that can log in via email, username, and password. So we basically need a user collections that has an email, the username, the blocks, which we will store as an array, which basically stores all of the blocks of the user. Then we will need an avatar that is basically a profile picture and an ID for each user to identify it, and the ID obviously needs to be unique. Then we have a blocks collection that has basically the title of the block, the user who created the block, which is basically the created by field right here. We need a header image for each block, which we will see later. Then we have a section for each, or we have multiple sections for each block, which is basically, so yeah, if you see a regular block, you know that there's like the first section and the second section and then a third section, for example. So yeah, you can have multiple sections, which we will basically store in an array, and we will have a timestamp that will store the time of the current block. Next up, we also have a comment section for each block. So below each block, you can basically post a comment and say or share your thoughts on the block. So how are we going to start, and what libraries are we going to use? So first of all, we can stop the development server and install some libraries. We will use React icons on one hand, and on the other hand, we are going to use React Toastify, which is basically just a package that allows us to display notifications like you can see right here. So you can basically display error messages, success messages, and so on, which is just a convenient way to give the user some feedback on inputs or other stuff. So we're going to install these packages by running npm I react icons, React Toastify, and we will also download React Router DOM, which is basically just for routing in pretty much every React project. And after that, we can start by implementing a basic navigation bar, or we can start by setting up our project structure, I'd say, first of all. So we need some different folders. Obviously, we need a pages folder that contains all of the pages. Then we need a folder that contains all of our different components. We need a folder for our configuration files, which is the config folder, and inside of the assets folder we'll also have an images folder. I try to link it in the description below, so you can basically download the images folder. But the images folder is actually not really special, so you can also just use random images. As you can see, I just have like some placeholder images that we can use to log in with a profile picture or with a background. So yeah, nothing really special. But if you want to use them, you can take a look in the description. And if I forgot to link them there, you can just remind me, I guess. So yeah, we basically, I didn't create a components folder, that was a mistake. So let's create a components folder like that. And now we're going to start by setting up the pages, the different pages we need. So we basically need a home page. We need a, we need a profiles page, profile.jsx. We need a page to display our blogs. So we basically have a blogs.jsx page. Then we need a page to display a single block, which is the blog.jsx page. And right now I feel like there's something missing. We need a register page. And we need a login page. And that should be everything for now. If we need another page, we can add it later, but that should be fine. And now we're going to create a basic template for each page, I'd say, using the rafce command. We're going to do it for pretty much every page. Then we're going to save the page. Oops, my bad. Like that. And the last page is the blog page. And now we're going to set up routing so that our routes basically work. Because right now there's literally no way to get to the different pages. So we'll change that right now. We go into the main.jsx, or we can also go to the app.jsx. Doesn't really matter, to be honest. and we're going to add our routes. So first of all, we need a router, which we set to create browser router, which comes from React Router DOM. And right here, we have to define our routes. Create browser router takes an array, and inside of this array, we have to define our different routes by using objects. Each object has a path option and an element option, like this. And right here, you use the path to define the path, and here you define the element that should be displayed when the user goes to this path. You will see it in a couple of seconds. So right here we could, for example, use the home route, and then we can go to the home page. And as you can see, if we go to this page, no, there's one thing missing. Right now, we have to start the development server as well. But right now we also need to use a browser router. We need to use the router provider right here. So we have a router provider, which is right here. And this router provider is a component that takes the router, or has a router property which takes the router. So we basically use this router, pass it right here to the router provider, and now everything will be displayed inside of here, which we define basically inside of our router. So we have the path to basically to slash, which will display the home page. And now we can define another path, for example, like let's do /register, for example. And if we type in /register, we want to display the register component, obviously. And right now you can see, you basically always have, like, this is basically the basic path, and right here you can type in, for example, /register, and now you should see the register route, which we basically do. So yeah, this is basically how the router works, and right now we can, like, literally just define all of our routes right here. So we take the path to /login, and we'll display the login element like this. Can just copy like one of those elements, and we're going to repeat it. If we go to /profile, we want to display the profile page. If we go to /blogs, we want to display the blogs page. And for now, this should actually be fine. Obviously, we can, like, type in the different routes at the top right here, and then we go to the different pages. But there's literally, for a normal user who doesn't always want to type in the path at the top, there's literally no way to navigate between those different pages. So first of all, we try to add a convenient way for the user to navigate between these routes. And for that purpose, we'll basically add a navbar component, which we call navbar.jsx. We create a regular template, and right here we'll basically start by, first of all, we can display a title called Blogify, and then we'll give it a class name. And right here you see the CSS Tailwind classes, or Tailwind CSS classes. So Tailwind CSS basically works by using the class name property, and then you just define your classes, your Tailwind CSS classes in there. So there are literally for every CSS property, so there exists basically Tailwind class for every CSS property. So if you say, for example, font bold, you create a thicker, or a font bold basically. And by hovering over the property, the Tailwind property, you see the CSS property that basically belongs to the Tailwind class. So by using font bold, you basically add the Tailwind class font weight 700. And right now, if you go to the home page, let's go to the no, should be the /route. If we go to the home page now and we display the navbar inside of our home component like this, we should see the Blogify paragraph saying, in bold, basically. So now we can add some more classes. For example, we could use text 3XL and it should be a thicker or a bigger text, but I think like 1XL is fine. Also, you can like basically, if you type like text, for example, you see like so many auto suggestions, so it's really easy to learn Tailwind CSS, and most of the time the names are super intuitive. And if you want, for example, a bigger font, you just use font, and then you see auto suggestions for basically all available CSS or Tailwind CSS classes, and you can like just scroll through the menu and find the class that you basically need. So yeah, super easy, and I really can recommend that framework to pretty much everyone. So let's keep going by creating the navigation bar. So on the left side, I would like to have the name of the website, and on the right side, I'd like to have basically the different navigation links. First of all, I'm going to give this one a nav link, which we import from React Router DOM. We close it using the nav link, and then the nav link takes the to component, and we basically, if the user clicks on Blogify, he should be redirected to the home page, which we are currently on. Now, in the next step, I created div, which we will need in a couple of seconds. I'm going to paste in this nav link again. We don't need font bold and the class name at all. And let's say this one goes to the home page. So we basically have the same route again, or path again. And then we'll do one page or one nav link that goes to blogs and one nav link that goes to the profile, and replace home with blogs and with profile. And like this, we see our different nav links right here. And as you can see, they work. But obviously we need the nav bar on every single page, ideally. So we will add the nav bar to our profile page, like this. We will add it to our blogs page, like this. And actually we don't need it for the register and the login page. So this should actually be fine already. So we can go to the home page, we can go to the blogs page, and we can go to the profile page. And as you see, the route basically changes, but right now all of the pages look like exactly the same. That's why you don't see a difference. So yeah, let's keep going by spacing or giving it some space in between those items. So we give this one a class name of flags and justify between, and now it would be pretty nice if we had like some padding around the nav bar. Like, let's give it a padding of 5 on the y-axis and a padding of 10 on the x-axis, and now it should be have some room. Now it would be pretty nice to have a gap between those items, so we use a flex box again and give it a gap of 4. Maybe we can give it a gap of 6 and write this. Right now it should be pretty much done. As you can see, we can navigate between the pages, still looking the same, but you can see the functionality works. If we go to the home page, we go to /homes route, or / basically. Here we go to /blogs, and here we go to /profile. So basically the nav bar works. Now I think we should work on the register and login page, because this would obviously be the first thing the user does. And implementing the register route would be pretty good for the functionality of our other routes as well. So we are going to start with that page. First of all, we will create the styling or the look of our register page. Therefore, we are going to the register page to see it. And the first thing we basically need is we need an input field for the email, we need an input field for the username, and we need an input field for the password. And we basically need a form to submit all of these fields to our backend, which is Firebase. So we're going to start by creating a form. That form has an onSubmit property, which will take a handle register function, which we can define right here, handle register. It's going to be an arrow function that takes an event, and we use that event to prevent the default reload, which usually occurs. And inside of the form, we can use an input field of type email that has a name of email, an ID of email, a placeholder of email, and a class name. So basically right now the input field looks like that, which is not that good, so we're going to style it by giving it a class name of outline none, which will get rid of the outline. We will give it a padding into the y direction of 2, or we're going to give it a padding into every direction of 2. We're going to give it a border of gray 200. It will be completely rounded, and let's give it a width of full, which will look horrible right now, but it will look a little bit better in a couple of minutes. But yeah, for now, this is our email field. Looks kind of alright, I'd say. Now we're going to duplicate this input field. We're going to use one for the username of type text. Name can be username, ID can be username, placeholder can be username. And yeah, then we're going to get a last input field for the password. Type is password, name is password, ID is password, placeholder is password. So yeah, we have 3 input fields. We can like literally give it this div at the top. We can give it like a width of full and an age or a height of screen, or let's give it a width of screen as well. And now basically this div should take the entire width and height of the screen, and now we can like use a flexbox with justify center and items center to center the items. And as you can see, our form is basically centered. We can give our form a class name of let's give it a class name of padding 20 into every direction, and a shadow would be pretty nice. So we're going to give it a shadow of, let's give it a large shadow, so it looks basically like this. Would be cool if it would be like a little bit rounded, so we give it a rounded 2XL, and now we have basically a rounded form. Obviously we need a button to submit the form, and it would be cool if there would be like maybe it would be a little bit better. I'm going to give it a paragraph that says Blogify, but I think yeah, it's outside of this one, so it would maybe be a little bit better if we put like everything into a div, and we give this class name to the surrounding div. And yeah, right now yeah, works kind of right, I'd say. Now we can give the Blogify a name of font bold, a text center, and a text. Let's make it 2XL for example. And right now, yeah, it looks kind of right. Maybe I do it, or I make it even a little bit bigger, and I give it a margin bottom of maybe 10. And this should be kind of alright. Now there's still missing a button, and there's missing an input field to upload our image, our profile picture, which we will basically do right now. So the first thing we're going to add is a button of type submit. The button will have the text sign up and a class name of rounded, full, text center, text white, background blue 400, and width will be full. And right now it should look like, yeah, sign up button. There's missing a padding on the y-axis of 2 maybe, and now it looks kind of alright, I'd say. It would be pretty good if there was a possibility to navigate like between the login and the sign up page. So we're going to add a div right here, yeah, like this, and the div should basically contain like already have an account, and then we're going to add a link from React Router DOM, which will go to the sign in page, so basically the login page. The link will go to /login. So if the user basically has an account, he can like click on this link and then go to the login page, and as you can see, it works. So it would be cool if this link would look a little bit different though. So we're going to give this one, the upper div, text center first of all, and then we're going to give the link font bold, so that one can really see that there's a difference between, yeah, basically the clickable sign in button and the already have an account text. Would be kind of cool if we have a margin on the top of maybe 2 and a margin on the bottom of maybe 5, or maybe, yeah, 1 on the top, 4 on the bottom. Obviously there's like a lot of room for improvement when it comes to styling, and you can do whatever you want or spend some more time if you want to make it look a little bit better. But for our purposes I feel like it's alright like this. So right now we could give it a little bit of margin on the bottom, so the email and the username field. So I'll add a margin on the bottom of maybe 3 or 2. And we'll give this field a margin bottom of 2 as well. So yeah, looks kind of right to me. Next up, we would need a profile picture, maybe below the Blogify page, and we'll use a placeholder image right now, which will have the name profile, and we're going to import it from /assets/images. And as you can see, we have this pb.jpg picture, which we will use for our source right here. And right now you'll see profile is not defined. PB. We have a super large profile picture which looks terrible, but we can give it a class name of width 52, for example, and height, or let's give it a width of 48 and a height of 48. And we will make it completely rounded. And then it's going to look like this, which looks kind of right to me. Maybe it's still a little bit too big, so we give it a width of 42 and a height of 42. Wait, probably there does not even exist a height of 42. Yeah, 44, or let's make it 40 and 40. And yeah, looks kind of right like this, I'd say. We give it a margin bottom of maybe 10 again. Maybe it's a little bit too much. Let's make it 5. And it would be kind of cool if this one would be centered. So let's take a look. Everything right here. Can like give this div a flex call, and this should not change anything. Yeah, perfect. And if we give it like the main axis right now, since we made a flex call, is this axis, which would be the justify axis. If we want to center it on this axis, it should be, yeah, the secondary axis, which would be which we can basically center by using item center, as you can see. Next up, we're going to make this image clickable, which we can do by adding a button, and this should not change anything. Perfect. But as you can see, the image is clickable right now. And on click, we basically want to open an input field. So I'm going to add an input field of type file, which will have the name of file, the ID of file, and it will be hidden, since we basically want to click the image and not the input field. So we're going to use a reference on the input field, which we're going to create by using const file ref equals use ref. So we're going to use the ref hook. Then we're going to give that file the ref of file ref, like this. And now we're going to add a function that has the name const handle image click is equal to file ref.current.click. And by doing so, or by using this file ref.current.click, we're basically saying that on click, we basically want to click this file ref, which will open the file selector, which you will see in a second. So we're going to add an on-click event to our button and pass the handle image click function to that on-click function. And right now, we basically, by clicking the button, we'll use the ref to click basically the input field at the same time. And yeah, right now we can select an image right here, but yeah, basically nothing is going to happen since we didn't add any other functionality. So the next thing we basically have to do is add an avatar and a file, avatar set avatar, using the useState hook. We're going to initialize the avatar with null, because yeah, basically in the beginning we don't have any files since the user didn't select anything. And once the user selects a file, we want to set that avatar to the file that the user basically selected. So we're going to create another function that has the name const handle upload file is equal to basically an event. So we get an event right here, and then we're going to get the file by using e.target.files of 0. So basically, whoops, this one was the wrong bracket basically. So basically, usually when you use an input field, you use e.target.value, and for files you can use e.target.files, but this gives back an array basically, which I can also show you. Wait, give me a second. We're going to use the onChange handler here as well, and we're going to pass the handle upload file function right here. And if I'm going to click on inspect, and we're going to go to the console, profile is not defined. Oh yeah, should be gone when doing this. If we're going to upload an image right here, I didn't log it. Console.log.file, we're going to log the file. And right now, if I'm going to select the file right here, you can see that we basically get this object. I logged the file. Wait, I wanted to e.target.files. I want to log this one. My bad. So we're going to upload the file. And by doing so, literally nothing happens. Wait, maybe it's just a mistake. Okay, now we got it. I don't know why it didn't work. So now we have the file list, and as you can see, the file list is basically an array. Yeah, and if we like get the first element, which is on position 0, we're basically going to get the file, as you can see here. And since we just upload one file, the element that we're looking for is always on position 0 basically. So by doing so, we're going to get the file. If we have a file, we're going to set the avatar to url.createObject URL of file, and this is basically a method that creates an object URL from the file, and you'll see why we are going to need it. And then we're going to set the file as well to the file. So this file is basically the file that we're going to give to the server later on, and this avatar is basically just a URL that we're going to use to create a preview image right here. So avatar is for the preview image and file is for the server later on. You'll understand everything once we're getting to it. So right now, if we have an avatar, we're going to display this avatar in the image section. And if we don't have an avatar, we're basically going to display the profile picture. And now if we're going to upload this image, for example, you can see we uploaded the image, or have at least the avatar, and it looks pretty weird since we need to add object cover right here. And now, as you can see, picture of some feet. Completely random, but you get what I mean. Maybe I'm going to upload a different picture for this one. Let me go to the images folder right here. We can use marshmallow, for example. And as you can see, we selected a profile picture. Now let's try to work on the email, the username and the password. Since we need to collect that data as well, we're going to use data again, initialize it as an empty string, username, set username is equal to use state, and we're going to initialize it with an empty string again, and we're going to do the same with the password, set password equals use state, empty string, and that's basically it. And now we're going to give the value property to the email field on change, e goes to set email, e.target.value, basically done. Now we're going to do the same for the username. Can basically just copy paste this one over here to the username field and to the password field, and right here we're going to change the username, set username. Right here we're going to change the password, set password, and the value is going to be the password for the password field. And yeah, basically that's it. Now, right now we should be able to collect basically the file, the email, the username, and the password, which is basically everything we need right now to register a user. Because yeah, as you can see, we needed an email, we needed the username, we needed a blocks, which is going to be an empty array when the user registers, because the user obviously didn't create any blocks in the beginning. We have the avatar, and the ID is what we're going to get from the Firebase authenticator. So basically the page looks pretty good, and now we need to go to the logic for saving the user on the server. And for the server, we're going to use Firebase, as already mentioned. So we're going to go to the console. We can create a new project. You can give it whatever name you want. I'm gonna name it My Nice Blog Page. Yuppie. You can give it whatever name you want. You can also make it a little bit shorter. We don't need Google Analytics. And then you can basically create the project. Once we created the project, we also need to install Firebase, which we can do by npm I Firebase. We can do it right now already, so we're going to save some time. We're going to install Firebase, then we're going back to our project page. We can continue. We will get to the project page, and then in this project we're going to use authentication, Firestore database, and storage, and you will see all in action in a couple of minutes or maybe hours, but we'll see. So we're basically going to start by using authentication. We're going to go to the get started button, and we're going to wait for it to finish the setup basically. And right now you can basically select a sign in method, and we are going to use email and password. You can obviously also use Google, Facebook, or whatever you want, but for this project email and password is perfectly fine. We're going to enable it, and we're going to save the settings. And right now this is basically all you have to do in the authentication setting to get started using the authentication. We can also set up our Firestore and storage right now, which we'll also need for the register. This one takes a little longer to set up basically. We're going to go to the Firestore database section, wait for it to load, and then we're going to click create database. We take a location that is close to us, so I'm going to use Europe. You can choose whatever location fits for you. We can start in test mode, since we really don't need production mode right now. Obviously, if you want to deploy it or put it in the production, you can do it as well. But for this project, the test mode is totally fine as well. And then we're going to wait for it to finish the setup. And right now you can see that we have a collection here. I'm going to explain it a little bit in detail later on, but right now it's fine. And for the next step, we are also going to use the storage, which we can also start in test mode. We have to use the same location that we used in the Firestore database as well. And I can say some words about the different things that we are going to use. So we're basically going to use authentication, which will be used to authenticate a user. So basically, if a user signs in, we're going to use authentication to basically generate the user. Then we're going to use Firestore database to store the data in a database. So if we have a user, we will basically generate it using authentication, but we need to store the data if we want to use it in our app in a database, which we'll basically do in Firestore database. And then we have a storage, which is basically used to store images. Because we can't store images in the database, we have to store them somewhere else. And when using Firebase, that place is basically the storage. But you'll understand everything once we're getting into it. So let's get started by initializing Firestore in our project. So right now we set up our Firestore database, authentication, and our storage, but we also need to integrate the Firestore project into our React project. So you're going to go to project overview, and then you're going to select web. Right now you can give it whatever name you want, doesn't really matter. my nice blog page. You can register the app, and then in the second step it's going to tell you what you have to do again, or what you have to do. So you basically can install Firebase, we already did it, and then you are basically going to take this code, copy it, and we're going to create a file in the config folder that we previously created. We're going to create a file named firebase.js. We're going to copy in the code. We can basically delete this code or these comments, and then we basically get this Firebase config file, and we get this initialize app function. Obviously, this initialize app function is used to initialize the app using these Firebase configurations. So you basically pass this Firebase config object to this initialize app method, which will initialize the app. And yeah, this API key, it usually makes sense to store this API key in an environment variable file to save it, especially when you want to push it to GitHub. So we're going to create an .env file. We're going to call the variable veed.api key. You can give it whatever name you want. The only important thing when using Veed is that it starts with Veed basically. And then you basically have this API key. You can copy this field. Then you're going to go to your firebase.js and you can access the .env file by using import.meter.env and then the name of the variable, which is Veed API key. And yeah, right now you start your API key in a secure way in a different file, and you can access it in the Firebase config by using import.meter.env. So yeah, this is basically all we have to do with the config file. Right now we need to initialize the auth, the database, and the storage in our file, and this is actually super easy using Firebase. There are 3 super simple methods for doing so. We're going to import from firebase.firestore. We're going to import from Firebase, from Firebase /auth, like this, and we're going to import from Firebase /storage, okay, like this. And we need 3 methods. We need get firestore, we need get auth, and we need get storage. And as you can see, the method names are super descriptive. So yeah, it's basically obvious what they are used for. And now we can create an auth object by using get auth, and we are passing the app to the method. Then we're going to create a database object by using get firestore. We also pass the app, and we're going to create a storage object by using get storage, passing in the app. And yeah, this is basically everything you have to do. Now we have to export all of these objects to use them in our different files as well later on. But right now we create all of the logic for authentication in the firebase.js. So we're basically going to start by creating a register function that is basically asynchronous and takes an email, a username, a password, and a file. We'll wrap everything into a try-catch block, and if we get an error, we're going to log the error, and we'll use React Toastify to show an error message in case there occurs an error. So we're going to React Toastify, and setting up React Toastify is actually super easy. You have to install it, which we already did in the beginning, and then you're going to import the Toast container from React Toastify and some CSS styles into our main.jsx file, because if you import it into your main.jsx, you can basically use it everywhere by using one single Toast container. You're going to put the Toast container right here. We don't need this toast import right here. And right now, just by using one single container, you can use the toast messages everywhere in your app. So it's super easy to set up. So in your Firebase, you can, in your Firebase project, you can basically use toast.error, and right here you can use error.code.replace to generate an error code. This replace method basically replaces all of the slashes and minuses in the error message. You can also leave it away, and then it will be like formatted in a bad way, I'd say. But yeah, feel free to try it out so you see the difference and the use of the replace function. And yeah, if we get an error right now, we should log it to the console and we'll display an error message to the user. You could also like literally just use an error, like write a custom error message like an error occurred, and this would work as well. But for our use case, it's obviously nicer to use the custom error messages provided for each error. So the next thing we are going to do is basically, I missed the error function right here. We need to create a user document, or first of all, we need to authenticate. Once we are authenticated, we need to store the user in the database. We need to upload an image to the storage, and then we need to use that image from the storage and save the link to the image in the database. So I'm basically going to show it to you in the Firebase console. So we're going to continue right here, and then we set up the project. So basically we're going to use authentication to create a user. Then we're going to upload our user information to the Firestore database, so to the database. We're going to upload an image right here. So you can basically upload an image, could say, yeah, I upload this image. Then you can get the file to the location where the image is stored. I'm going to delete it right now. Then we take the image reference, so basically the URL to the file location, and store it inside of our database. So later, whenever we need that file, we can use the link to the file to load it on our website. So this is basically how it works. Hope I explained it in an easy way. Otherwise, you can just ask ChatGPT, for example, to explain it again, and this will work as well. So the first thing we're basically going to do is use authentication. So we're going to use await create user with email and password, which comes from Firebase auth, and, as you can see here. And that method basically expects 3 arguments. So first of all, the auth variable that we created here, the email, and the password. And this is actually already it, to be honest. You really don't have to do anything else. And we can also take a look at it. We are going to use the register function, and we're going to call it when clicking handle register. So we need to export the function, obviously. Export const register. We have to pass in 4 arguments, so email, username, password, and the file. And right now we can basically go to our project, we type in any email, zack, and then we're going to click sign up, and we didn't get anything, which should actually mean that everything worked, I guess. So we're going to go to, we're going to reload the page, we're going to go to authentication, no users in this project, which is not that great, to be honest. Did I already link the handle register function? Handle registers on submit. This is the submit button. So let's take a look. Const register console.log clicked. So we're going to take a look at it. Oh, wait. Yeah, I didn't even start the development server, so it obviously can't work. So we can also switch back to this one. And right now we can, I don't even need to restart it. I can just reload the page. can I reload the page? I mean, it should actually work, but it doesn't even load the page. Okay, now it loaded the home page. We're going to /register. Okay, now it works. We're going to enter an email. We're going to enter a password. Doesn't really matter. Clicked. Now it seems to work. We're going to authentication again, and we have our first user, as you can see. So we can, yeah, basically delete the account since we don't really need it. But as you can see, it basically works. We authenticate and then we see our user right here. So the next thing we are going to do is store the user data in the storage, in the database. So we're going to get a response right here. I'm going to and we have a .user property, so we can get const user equals res.user. I can also log the res object for you, so you can basically take a look at it. And yeah, if we like click on there, sign up, we have the user credentials here, and we have the .user property, which basically has an email, has an UID field, which is the ID of the user, and yeah, some other stuff that is probably not that important, but email field and UID field are super important. So yeah, we're basically going to use those things right now when storing the data in the database. So the first thing we're basically going to do is create a reference to the user ref, so basically to the place where we want to store the user. We're going to use a document reference, which we import from Firebase Firestore. We're going to use the database as the reference or as the first part. Then we need to select the position where we're going to put the user document, and then we need to basically set an ID that we want to use as the title of the document, and you'll see or you understand everything in a couple of minutes. And for that we're going to use the user.uid, which is basically the user ID that I showed you previously. So basically this ID. We are going to access the user.uid property, which is this ID, and we'll set this ID as the document title later on. You'll understand everything in a second, I'd say. Obviously we need to initialize this user before using the user ref, and then we're going to create the const user doc, which is going to be equal to await a set document, which is again a method from Firebase Firestore. We're going to give it a reference, which is the user reference we just created right here, which basically points to the location where we want to store the data. And then we're going to give it some data, and the data is obviously going to be the data we want to store in the collection, which is this data. So we need to store an email, which is basically this email. We need to store a username. We need to store an array of blocks, which is going to be empty when the user just registers. We need to store an ID, which is going to be equal to user.uid. And then we also need to store an avatar, which is basically going to be the file that we're going to store, or we're going to initialize it with null. And you'll see, or I'll explain in a couple of minutes why we have to initialize it with null. But this should basically be everything we're going to need. We have email, username, blocks, ID, and avatar. So yeah, this should be fine. And by doing so, by using await setDoc, we're basically going to set a document. And I can console.log the user document once we're done. So let's register again. We take some random data. Let's take 95. We have the clicked, and the user document is undefined. Let's take a look if it worked. Firestore database. As you can see, we created the users collection. We have the document. Our avatar is null. Our email is the email that we used to register. ID is the same ID as used for authentication, as you can see. So basically the user ID, so UID. And so basically what we just did is we took this UID and we took our database, we gave it a name, or we gave the collection a name, and we gave the document a name. So we basically select where do we want to copy or where do we want to get the data. So we want to get it into our database, into the collection users, into the document of the collection with the name user.uid. So basically with the UID that we have right here. If you want to visualize it, this is basically a collection, and a collection can have multiple documents, and each document can have multiple fields. So you basically store a lot of documents in a collection. So users is basically the collection for all users, and then you have a lot of documents, one document for each user, and each document obviously has different data. So there's one document for Jonas, for example, one for Mary, one for Vinny or whatever, and each person obviously has different properties. So maybe this one has an avatar that is, I don't know, Naruto. This one is an avatar that is probably Ariana Grande. I don't know, you get the idea. Each one of them has different name, different ID, different height, width, whatever. So you basically get the idea. So you store the data right here. You have the reference to a specific object right here, and then you have a collection that's basically, yeah, it's basically a collection of all the objects you have. Maybe I explained this a little too much, but I hope you get the idea. Most of you probably know the Firebase already, but if you don't, this might help you a little bit. So yeah, so we start the document, and we didn't get anything back from the user doc for whatever reason. But it's not really that important anyway, since we don't need the reference right now. What we have to do next is upload the file to the storage. And if we have a file, so we are obviously, the user is not permitted or does not have to like upload a file. He can, but he doesn't have to. So if there is a file, we're going to do something, or we're going to upload the image to the storage. But if there isn't a file, we're obviously not going to do anything, because like there's no file that we could upload. But if there is a file, we're going to create a reference to the location of the file, which is basically file ref, or this could be the name. And this is basically going to be a reference which we are going to import from Firebase storage to the storage, which is the storage we initialized previously. And then we're going to use an URL to set the specific location, which is going to be avatars. And we're going to use a name for the file in our storage, and the name is going to be the user.uid. So we're basically going to use the user ID as a name for our image in a folder that has the name avatars, and that folder is in our storage. This is basically what this means. And then we're going to get the file document, or we actually don't need anything. We're just going to upload the file using await upload bytes. We're going to give it the reference to the location where we want to upload this file to, and then we're going to give it a data, and the data is obviously our file. So we want to upload the file to this location, which is basically stored in file ref. And then once we have the file, or once we uploaded the file, we need a download URL, which we're going to store in a variable called download URL, which is equal to await get download URL, which we get also from Firebase storage. And we're going to give it a reference, as you can see here, to the location where the file is stored, which is basically our file ref again. And now we're going to use this download URL and store it inside of this property, inside of our avatar, so that our avatar, if the user selected an avatar, is not null anymore, but instead our link to the location of the file, of the image. So let's use await set document again. We're going to give a reference to the document, which is our user ref. And we are going to pass the data that we want to store, which is basically our avatar that we want to override with our download URL. and we're going to put merge to true right here. If we're not going to use merge right here, it will like replace the entire document and rewrite it, and then yeah, we will basically just have one single document with one single property, which would be the avatar property. But we want to keep the other property, so we're basically using to merge true. And right now it should store the file inside of our storage if we have a file. Next up, we are going to actually, yeah, we're pretty much done as much as I see. We can use a toast.success message, registered successfully. And like this, it should actually work. So we're going to use a different username, one we didn't use yet. We're going to upload a file. Let's use this one, sign up. We clicked it and we registered successfully. So everything seems to work. We can take a look at our storage. So authentication, we used 93, so basically worked. Firestore, we have 2 users. This one has an avatar, so this one was the user. As you can see, 93 was the user that we just created. We have the URL to the storage. We have a blocks, which is an empty array. We have the ID to the user, and we have a username. And then in the storage, we have a folder called avatars, because we call it avatars right here. And inside of this folder, there is our file with the user ID. As you can see, we click the folder, and there's basically the file or the image with the user ID. So basically, we take the URL to this file and store it inside of our database, which is this URL. So yeah, this is basically all we need for register. I know it took a while, but I really wanted to make sure that everything we did right here is basically understood by everyone, because we will use these concepts throughout the entire project basically. So I'm not going to explain it in that much detail again. If you want to know anything else or still have questions, feel free to take a look at ChatGPT, for example, or at the official documentation, whatever you prefer. And really helps a lot, to be honest. So yeah, let's keep going by creating a login and a logout handler, which is a lot simpler, to be honest, anyways. So we're going to export it again, const login equals async function. We need an email and a password to log in, and this is basically it. So we are not going to use anything else. We're going to create a function, a try catch block again. We can use this error statement right here. I can also show you the error message if you want to take a look at it. So if we don't have, or something is missing, like let's use a bad password, for example, you can see we have auth weak password. So this is basically the error message we're creating with our toast container here. Yeah. So basically, if we want to log out, you're going to use a function from Firebase auth named sign out. We're going to log in, sign in with email and password. First function, we're going to import it. We're going to give it auth again. We're going to give it email, and we're going to give it our password. And if it worked, we can use like toast.success logged in. And this should actually be it. Now we're going to implement the logout function as well. So again, it's asynchronous function. We don't need anything since we're just going to log out. We can create a try catch block. We're going to give the catch block our error logging and our toast error. And we're going to await sign out. We're going to call the function, import it from Firebase auth again. So I use the auto imports for importing those things basically. And then we're going to log out, and this is basically all we have to do. So yeah, let's try out the login function as well. We can create a login page for that purpose. So first of all, our register page is done. So we're going to go to the login page, which is right here. We can actually also, to save some time, copy the entire register code, and we're going to paste it into the login page. Or let's not use everything. I'll just copy everything up to this point. So let's get it in there. should work. And right now we can delete literally everything we don't need. So we're going to log in. We don't need an avatar. We don't need to upload the file, so we can get rid of the file ref, we can get rid of the avatar, we can get rid of the file since we don't need any file to log in. We already set our file. We don't need a username to log in. All we need to log in is literally our email and our password. We are not going to call the register function. Instead, we're going to call the login function that expects an email and a password, as you can see. So we're going to pass email and password right there. Then we're going to use the handle image click function. We're not going to use it, it's useless. We just use it for a register. We don't need to upload any files, so we can get rid of that function as well. We basically don't need this button, which is the image. We don't need to upload a file. We can get rid of this file as well. We don't need a username, so we can get rid of this username field as well. And this text, we can actually replace it with don't have an account yet, because we actually want to redirect the user to the register page if he doesn't have an account yet. And this one should be sign up then, and a button should say sign in, and this one should have the name handle login, and we're going to pass it to the on submit function property. And right now I feel like it should look pretty much alright. Oh, this was actually the profile page. This was pretty dumb, to be honest. So I'm going to copy everything, going to get everything back to its original state. Yeah, like this. And then I'm going to go to the login page, just copy in everything. I'm going to rename the symbol login. And right now it should be kind of right, I'd say. Reference use state is not defined, so let's re-import use state. Should be everything though, I guess. Link is not defined, so yeah, I guess we have to import link again. Yeah, but now it actually works. We can switch between sign in, sign up. We can try to log in, but first of all I obviously need to create an account that I can remember. So we're going to use lapm@gmail.com. Hope I can remember this. Perfect, registered successfully. Then we can use the email and the password to log in. If we click sign in, we get our logged in function. And as you can see, if I use the wrong password, for example, auth invalid credential. So our login functionality works, but obviously if the user logs in or registers, we want to redirect the user to a different page, which would ideally be the home page. So yeah, we're going to work on that functionality next. Okay guys, now that we finished the login and register page, how about we do a user provider that makes the current user available in pretty much all components, and after that we're going to build the home page. So yeah, let's basically get started by building the user provider. I'm going to put it under components. Usually it would make sense to create a separate provider folder, but since we are just going to have like 2 providers, I think, yeah, I'm going to skip it this time, and we're going to call the component user provider.jsx. We're going to create a basic template by using arrayfce, and like this we have the user provider, and right here we are going to create a context, and this context is basically going to make the user available in every single component. So first of all, we're going to create a context that has the name user context, and we're going to create context by using create context from React. We're going to export the user context, and then we're going to use user context.provider to create a provider. We're going to close the provider right here, and inside of the provider we're going to render the children. and therefore we need to accept the children prop. And you'll see how it works in a second. So we basically have this provider. This provider wraps around whatever is inside the provider. So basically whatever is inside will have access to the value of this provider. And for now we're going to pass an empty object as the value, and these children will have access to whatever is inside of this value field. So we're going to the main.jsx file, I think, wherever it is, right here. And we're going to wrap the app component with the user provider. So the entire app basically has access on the user object, since we will need the user throughout the entire app basically. So I'm going to import the user provider, I'm going to close it, and I'm going to wrap it around the app. So we basically use the user provider and render the app inside. And the value is basically going to be the user. So we need to create a user, set user, and we're going to use state, and we're going to initialize it with null, since when we load the app, the user is usually not going to be set. So we have to fetch the user, or we have to make a call to the database and the authentication to basically see if there is a user logged in or not. In order to do so, we use use effect, and we create this effect basically when the user loads the app. So this effect is basically going to run once the user basically loads the app. And we are going to use a non-sub function that is going to call on auth state change from Firebase auth. And basically whenever the auth state of the user changes, this method will be called. So what are we going to do here? First of all, the on auth state changed function takes the auth object, which we need to import from config.firebase. That was basically the auth object we created previously. And then we have a callback function right here that is going to have the current user. And for now we can just do a console.log of the current user, and we'll also unmount the function by doing this. And right now we can take a look at the console, and as you can see we have basically the user right here, we have the UID right here, and we have the email right here. But this is actually not the user from the database, this is just the authenticated user. So we're basically getting the user from here. But since we need the data of the user as well, we want to get the Firestore database user, so basically the data for the user. So the username, the email, the blogs, the avatar, the ID. Well, the ID, we have the ID, but we want to get the other fields. And we'll use this ID field, the user.uid, to fetch the database user from here. And as you can see, the document name is the UID of the user that is stored in the authentication panel, basically. So we're going to use this UID to fetch the currently logged in user that has the document name with the UID. Hope this makes sense. Otherwise, it might take some time for some people to get or wrap their head around this concept, but once you get used to it, it's actually really easy. So what we're going to do right now is I can show you that the UID is basically this code, and then we are going to use this UID to get the logged in user, and we can do it by first of all creating a user ref that is going to point to a document that we're going to import from Firebase /Firestore. We need our database, which we are going to import as well. Then we need the path to the collection, which is users, and we need the ID of the name of the user document, which is the current user.uid if the current user exists. And now we can basically turn this into an asynchronous function, and then we are going to get the user doc, which is equal to await get document, which is also a Firestore function, and then we can like pass the user ref in there, and we can console.log our user doc, and you'll see we're getting our user document right now. But this is obviously not what we want. If we use the .data method, though, we're going to get the data of the user. And as you can see, this is exactly what we need. We have an avatar, we have the blocks, the email, the ID, and the username. So pretty much everything we need. And if there's no user logged in, this will basically return null. So yeah. Now we can take a look at if we have a user doc, we are going to set our user to userdoc.data, and if we don't have a user, and this is really important to add this one as well, we have to set our user to null. Otherwise this wouldn't actually work. And as far as I know, this should be pretty much all we have to do to take a look at whether the user is logged in or not. Or actually there would actually even be a better solution to this. So we can delete this, I'm going to copy this, I'm going to copy all of this. So if there is a current user, we're going to do this, and if there's no current user, we're going to set our user to null. This actually makes it a little bit cleaner, I guess. So yeah, but this should basically work for now, and now we can use the user wherever we want. So basically, if we are going to our home component, we can like get the user. First of all, we obviously have to pass the user as a value right here, and then we can like destructure the user right here, use context and call the user context, and now I can console.log the user for you in the home component, as you can see. And now if we go to /home, basically we're going to log the user. I'm going to show it again. And the user, first it is null because we didn't fetch the user yet, and then once the user is fetched, we're going to get it as an object with avatar, block, email, ID, username, and so on. So yeah, basically everything is working, but obviously an important thing is that if we have a user, we don't want the user or the person given an opportunity to get to the register or the login page, because if a user is already logged in, he should not be able to register or log in again, and therefore be redirected to the home page. So whenever the user, we're going to do this right now, we're going to go to the register page, and once someone loads the register page, we're going to use an effect, and we are going to get the user from the user context, user context, and we're going to pass the user as a dependency into the use effect hook. And if we have a user, we're going to use the use navigate hook, const navigate equals use navigate, and if we have a user, we're going to redirect the user basically to the home page. And right now we should be, if we go to register, should be redirected to the home page, as you can see. So we're on a register page for a very short time, but then it says, okay, we have a user, and it redirects to the home page. And now we're going to do the same for the login page. So we're basically again going to get a user from the user context, and then we're going to get navigate from use navigate hook. We're going to create a use effect hook, and if we have a user, we're going to navigate to the home page, so to /, and as dependency we'll give it the user so that it updates whenever we have a user. Alright, So basically, yeah, this should work as well. We can take a look at it, going to the login page, and we're going to get redirected. Obviously, if we are not logged in, we shouldn't see the home page, which is something, okay, I think we're going to do it later on, because you might understand it a little bit better if we're going to do it later. So the next thing we're basically going to do is create the home page, or at least the look of the home page. And the home page is first of all going to have a header, so we're going to create another component that we can basically call home header.jsx. So home header.jsx, we're going to create a basic template. We have the home header here. We're going to import the home header to the home component. Now we're going to have the home header right here. And now we basically want to create a header that looks kind of alright, I'd say. So we're going to use some images. We're going to import the background images from the images folder right here. So we're basically going to import bg1 from /assets/images/background1.jpg. Going to duplicate it a couple of times. Let's turn this into 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 should be enough. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And now we have all of the backgrounds. We're going to pass bg1 as the source in there. Going to take a look at the image. It's way too big, so we're going to give it a class name of age. Let's give it 80, for example. So maybe actually even 96. So yeah, this is what it looks like. Now we can like duplicate the images and choose different backgrounds. So how about 3 right here, 4 right here, 5 right here, and just for safety on super big screens we might give a 6th one. So basically now we have like 6 images looking literally terrible, so we're going to give this a class name of flex. Justify center, overflow is going to be hidden, and we're going to give it a gap of maybe 5, and now they should align next to each other. If we have like a full screen, it basically looks like this. Obviously you can style however you want. You can also like give it a gap of 2, or yeah, whatever. You can like experiment until you really like what you're seeing right there. Maybe I'm going to like delete 1 because I feel like it's actually a little bit too much. Yeah, so one of these images is now in the center, which looks a little bit better in my opinion. We could like put a text on top of it if we want to do it like that. So we're going to give it a div, and inside of this div we're going to have a paragraph that says share your story. Now we're going to give this div a class name of bg gray. Let's take 950, which is basically black. Padding on the top of and bottom of 2, a padding on the x-axis of 10, and then we give this div paragraph a class name of text white, text center, and now it's going to look like we're basically not seeing it. Okay, so how about we give this one a position relative and this one a position of absolute. Maybe we're going to see right now. Yeah, right here's the basically the div, if you want to say it like that. And let's like center it in the middle. And this is actually pretty easy. We're just going to give our div trends yeah, a gap of like 50% from the top, and it should actually be already enough, I'd say. Yeah, but like as you can see, it's not perfectly in the center, and the reason for this is that it basically starts in at the center, but since the div has a height as well, like it's obviously going downwards a little bit, so it doesn't really look center. But we can change it by like pushing it upwards by like 50% of its height. So we're going to use translate into the y direction, translate y by minus 50%. So we push it like upwards by 50%. And like this, as you can see, it's going to be perfectly centered. And obviously you don't need this banner or whatever. You can just leave it away if you don't like it, or yeah, do something else. But maybe it helps some of you, or yeah, gives you some inspiration, whatever. You know what I mean, guys. So yeah, let's go to the next part. It would actually be pretty cool if we'd had a preview of our posts. I'm actually not entirely sure if we're going to do it right now. Maybe we're going to do it later and try to work on the profile page for now. Obviously this homepage is not done yet. We are later on going to display the blog posts of all users and sort them by their release date. So basically pretty similar to an Instagram post where you have the recent posts from your friends. You'll see the post from pretty much all users on this page. And then on the blogs page, we're going to display the users' blogs, so your blogs. So yeah, let's work on that page as well. So we're going to go to the profile page. And on the profile page, I'd like to give the user the possibility to update an avatar and to update the username. Alright guys, then let's basically start with the profile page. So first of all, we need an image, and we'll use a placeholder for that image that we can basically call profile pb. We're going to import it from /assets/images/pb.jpg, which is basically this folder and this pic. And then it should be on the page already. We're going to give it a class name to style it and make it look a little bit better. It will have a width of 48, a height of 48, and it will be completely rounded. After that, we might actually use a div that is going to surround this image. And we use another div right here that has maybe a width of 100% and a height of, let's say, 56. It will have a background color of gray or slate 200, and it looks like this right now. And then I want to put the profile picture right here above the line basically. You will see it once it's done. Next up, I want to get the user. Then we can already load the avatar. User equals use context. We're going to get the user context. And right now, if there is an avatar, user.avatar, we're going to display the avatar. And if there's no avatar, we're going to use the PB as a fallback image. And as you can see, we have an avatar right here. So next up, we are going to display the username. And we can basically use a state for the username, const username equals set username equals use state. And we're going to initialize it with an empty string. And if we have a username, we can actually use a use effect hook. So we're going to call use effect. We recall it whenever the user is going to change. And if we have a user, we're basically going to set our username to user.username. So if we have a username, we'll set the username, and if we don't have a username, it's basically going to be an empty string. And ideally the user is not going to be able to be on this page anyways if there's no user available. So yeah, basically if we render the username in there, it would already work, or should already work, as you can see. But I want to render this username inside of an input field so the user can update the username whenever he wants to. So we're going to use an input field of type text. It has the name username, the ID username, the value username, and this should already display the username, as you can see, but now it's an input field. And I'll give it some styling, so we'll give it a class name of border B, border gray 200. And yeah, this should actually do the deal already. Outline should maybe be none. And then we are going to put this entire field inside of a div. like this. We're going to give this class name a padding of 10. We're going to make it rounded XL, and we're going to give it a shadow of, let's say, XL as well. And then it's going to look like this. It would actually be pretty cool though if everything would be in the center, so we're going to give it a display of flex. We might give it a flex call, and we'll put the items into the center. Yeah, and this will basically make everything look like this. This div is actually on the wrong position, to be honest. No, it's actually right. Okay, perfect. Now it would be kind of nice if the input field would take the entire width, and we'll also give this one a margin bottom of 10 probably, like this. Then I'd like to have a label for the input field of for the username, basically, that has the name or the label username. We'll give it a class name of font bold, and now it should look like this, which is actually not entirely what I want. So I'm going to take both of these things and put them into another div. I'm going to give this div a class name of flex and a gap of 3, and now they should be next to each other. Perfect. I give this div a width of full as well, so it's going to take the entire width, and I'm going to give this a little bit more width, basically, or a gap. And then we're going to use an icon that is basically clickable, and that will allow the user to edit the username. So we're going to use an icon of the name pen. We'll take this pen, for example, we'll import it. You can obviously also use another pen if you like another one a little bit more. And inside of this div, I'm going to display the pen, which is basically right next to the input field now. And then I'm going to center align the items. I'm going to give this pen a class name of width 6, h6. And on hover, I want to turn this into a pointer like this. So now it's clickable. Whenever the user clicks the button, I want to handle select input field, which is a function that we still have to define. Handle select input field is equal to a function. We need a reference to our input element to click it. So we're basically going to give it a ref of username ref. We're going to use a ref right here. So we're basically going to use const username ref is equal to use ref. We're going to use ref and import it from React. And then we're going to give the input field the username ref, and whenever the user clicks on this button, we're going to use handle select input ref, and that function is basically going to click the current username ref, so basically the input field. So if I click here, it should actually, wait, give me a second, provided a value prop to a form field without an on change handler. Let me take a look at the username ref. The username ref should be this. Username ref dot current dot focus, my bad. This was the wrong method. And like this, yeah, it focuses, as you can see, it focuses the input field, and now we can basically edit it. We also need an on-change handler for the username field. E goes to set username e.target.value. As you can see, this should work. And yeah, now I can type, I can select the username, and everything seems to work as it should. Next up, I want to give this one a max width of maybe 3XL. So it's not going to take... wait, this was my bad. Wait, okay. H56. Okay. So basically, yeah, this one needs a max width of 3XL. yeah, like this it should work. We basically should give this one a class name as well of flex call, and we should align the items in the center. So yeah, everything is in the center. Now I'm going to give this a max width of full, width of full and a max width of 3XL. Yeah, and this basically does the job. Now I want to put this input field maybe a little bit higher, so that is basically above the gray area right here. So what we can do in order to do so is give this one a relative position. We can give this div an absolute position, and then we can like give it a top margin of like 20, and now it's almost perfectly. 22 does not seem to exist, 24 maybe, but as you can see this works pretty much for me. And now the image is basically on top of the gray layer. Now we could obviously try to get this gray line perfectly in the center, or yeah, make it go perfectly through the center of the image, but yeah, I actually couldn't even tell, to be honest, so I'm not going to do this. And if you want to put a little bit more effort into your project, feel free to do so. So for now, the next thing that I want to do is make the input field submittable basically. So we're going to add another button. First of all, I'm going to use another state, and this is input field selected, and I'm going to use set is input field selected, which is basically just going to track whether the input field is selected or not. And obviously in the beginning it's not going to be selected, so we're going to initialize it with false. And right now I'm going to use this condition or this variable to use the ternary operator, and if the input field is selected we're going to do something, and if the input field is not selected we're going to display something else. And the something else is actually going to be an arrow button that we will use to submit our form. So I'm going to import this one from here. I'm going to use avail location arrow. I'm going to replace this button. So if the input field is selected, we're going to use this button. And I'm going to use another function that is probably named handle submit or handle update username. Then I'm going to create that function. Const handle update username is equal to an anonymous arrow function, an arrow function, not anonymous. And then we are going to, yeah, basically if we're going to click this button, wait, give me a second. Okay, the username seems to be empty there for whatever reason. Okay, let's take a look. We need to update this whenever there is a user, because otherwise it won't display the user. Because like it takes some seconds to, or some milliseconds to fetch the user, and in the beginning the user is basically null, so when the effect runs there would not be a username and it would never update the username. Perfect. So now that we have this, we can make this one clickable. So whenever the user clicks the input field, we should set is input field selected to true, which we're going to do here. Now we're going to select the input field, and as you can see, we selected this button right here. And once he clicks this button, we want to submit the form and update the username. So how are we going to update the username? We're going to use this function. We're going to give it a try, whoops, my bad, a try catch block. For the catch block, we can basically copy and paste the arrow function from our Firebase file, and when he wants to update the username, we can basically use a reference, so the user document in the Firestore database. So we basically want to update our users collection, and we want to update inside of this collection the user that has this ID, or that is basically currently logged in, and the logged in user basically as the document ID, as the UID from Firebase authentication. And then we basically want to update the avatar, the username field. So first of all, we create a reference by using the doc method, or function from Firebase Firestore. There we are going to give it a database object. The path is /user, since that is the name of the collection, and the document name that we want to access is basically the name with the user.id field. And then we're going to await update document. We're going to update the document. We use the user reference to update the document. This one is going to be an asynchronous function, and the data we want to update is basically the username. And by doing so, we'll update the username when we click this button. I think I gave this handle update username. So right now everything should actually work. So if I'm going to remove those numbers, wait, my bad. So if I'm going to remove those numbers and then I'm going to submit it, it should actually work, but I don't see whether it worked or not. But we can reload it, and if it's the new one, it worked, and it worked. But I think it would be pretty good to give the user some feedback once the username has been updated. So we're going to write username updated, and now if it works, the user will get some feedback. So wait, give me a second, and like this we can submit. Obviously the buttons don't work the way we want them to work right now, but we'll change this in just a second. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to give this button, we're going to set it to the different button once we submitted the form. So on submit, we're going to set input field, or actually there's another option, to be honest. So what we can actually do is we're going to give our input field two more properties, and one of them is on focus. So whenever the user clicks into the field, we also want to update this button. Whenever the user clicks in there, we're going to get an event, and this goes to set as input field selected, and then we're going to set it to true, because if the user clicks into the input field is obviously selected. And as you can see, if we click in there, the button is also going to change. Let's do on blur, and we'll give that on blur function also set as input field selected, but this time we're going to set it to false. And now you'll see we can change the buttons the way we want, but the submit form does not really work, or the submit action does not really work anymore. And the reason for this is on the moment we click this button, it will also use the on blur function and set as input field selected to false. And once we set as input field selected to false, it will not display the FA location arrow, which is our submit button basically anymore, but instead you display the FA pen button. And therefore this method is never going to be executed, since the moment we click anywhere else, it will change the button to the pen icon, which is not a submit button. So basically we need to give the user like some time to click the submit button before we change to the other button when using the on blur function. I really hope it makes sense. Otherwise, maybe ask ChatGPT or re-listen to the section, and this might help. So in order to do so, we can basically just use the set timeout function. We're going to give it a callback, and we're going to give it a time. Doesn't really matter, to be honest. 100 milliseconds are pretty much alright already. And as you can see, username updated. So let's try it. Let's use this username and username updated. We're going to reload, and the username is updated. If I click in, it works. If I click out, it works. And if I submit it, it works. If I reload, it works. And yeah, actually everything works. So yeah, let's go get to the next part, which is updating the image, guys. Okay, guys, so basically now we want to update the profile picture. So first of all, we need an option to basically click the profile picture. So we're going to give it a button. That button is going to have the onClick property, and once we click the button, we're going to use a function that is called maybe handle click image, which is going to be an error function. We're going to use this function, we're going to give it to the onClick event, and then we'll have a file, an input button or an input field of type file, which has a name of file, an ID of file, and which is hidden. And then we need to give this input field a ref again, which is maybe the file ref equals file ref. And then we need to create that file ref by using const file ref equals use ref. And now this file ref is basically this reference, and we want to click this reference, or select this reference, this input field, once we click this button. And since this input field is hidden, there's no way to click it except for giving this on click handler basically the file ref and click this file ref via code basically. So we're going to use fileref.current.click, and this is going to click the invisible input field once we click the image. So basically if we upload a file, let's go to images for example, I'll upload another profile picture, nothing is going to happen. Since basically we didn't do anything else once the user selects a file. So we gotta add the onChange handler, which is handle update profile picture for example. And then we're going to implement that function. So we're going to use this function, it's going to be an arrow function, and we'll have a try catch block in there. We can already log the error in case there is an error, and if there is no error, we are going to get the file, which we get via event. So file equals e.target.files of 0, and if we have a file, we're going to do something, otherwise we're not going to do anything. And in the end, we can, if everything worked, we can give a success message with the text image update, for example, like this. And if we have a file, we first of all want to upload the file to the storage. So we can get a ref to the storage, const file ref, for example, equals ref. We're going to create a reference to the storage. The URL is going to be the same one as before, so basically a URL to /avatars/ and then we're going to give it the user.id if there exists a user ID, which basically should exist. And as you can see, we have the storage right here, so we're basically going into avatars, and then we're going to overwrite the existing file, which is basically what we're going to do. Then we're going to upload those files by using await upload bytes. We're going to give it the file ref, and we're going to give it a data, and the data is basically the file. So we need to mark this function as async to get rid of this error indicator. And once we uploaded the file, we need a download URL to the file. So we basically go and create a download URL variable or constant, which we will set equal to get download URL from Firebase storage, and we'll give that method the fireref as an argument. And now that we have the download URL, we can basically upload or update our Firestore database, where we have the users collection, the user, and the avatars avatar field, which basically needs to be updated as well, since we obviously need to update the reference to our storage file, I guess. So let's use a user ref that points to our user, which is basically document, database, users, and then we have to go to the document that has the user ID as a name. And once we have the user ref, we are going to update the document by using the user ref, and then we give it some data, and the data is basically going to be avatar, which we set equal to the download URL. And once everything worked, we're going to use the toast notification, and we'll basically display it in there. And this should actually work right now. So if we are going to select the file, we can upload another file, and invalid argument, Firebase update doc called with invalid data, unsupported file value, a custom promise object, avatar. I didn't await the download URL. So let's try it again. Going to upload marshmallow and update doc. It basically updated the doc. I don't know why it didn't show the success message though. Ah, now it worked, okay. But it didn't show the avatar because we need to set the avatar once we updated the image. So we're going to, we need to create the variable first. So we are going to create an avatar again. Set avatar equals use state equal to null, because the avatar is obviously not going to be selected in the beginning. And once we have an avatar, we are basically going to set the avatar right here to url.createObject URL, and we'll give it the file. And this should basically create a URL pointing to the file. Once we update the image, let's take this image for example, we should see our avatar, but we didn't give the image the avatar right now. So if there is an avatar, we're going to use that one. Otherwise we're going to use user.avatar, and otherwise we're going to use the fallback image. And as you can see, everything should work perfectly fine right now. If we reload the site, it should still be marshmallow. Basically we can update this field, submit it, change our profile picture, reload the page, and everything should still work. So I change it back basically, and why not choose this picture again. And right now our profile page is basically working. Obviously it's a super minimalistic profile page, but there's also the possibility to just adjust your database according to your needs. So you could possibly log a bio or thousands of other things if you want to do it right below. So this is basically the profile page. For our purposes, this works perfectly fine. So I would like to add one more thing on the profile page, which would be a logout button. So let's just do that one. On the bottom, I have to take a look on the div that we have to set it on, but it should be this line. So down, or basically right here, if I'm not wrong, should be the logout button. On click, we should give it handle logout. Then we create that function, maybe right on the top, const handle logout is equal to an arrow function, and we'll give it the logout function from Firebase. I hope it imported it. But it seems to work. And now if I click this button, we should basically log out. I style that button a little bit, so I'm going to give it a class name of py2bgblue 400 text white text center border around it. Let's make it medium, and this should basically create the button. Width should be full, and let's give it a margin top of 5 maybe. And right there we have our logout button, and once we click it, let's also use a success message, toast.success logged out, to give the user some feedback. And this should basically work right now. Reading replace, okay, we still have this problem. Reading sign out, cannot read properties of undefined reading sign out, add sign out logout, handle logout. Okay, that was really a dumb mistake. We obviously need to path the auth instance right here. And now it should actually work. And as you can see, we don't have a profile picture because we're basically not logged in. Now the next thing I want to do is basically when the user is logged out, I want him to like redirect to the register page, because obviously if a user is not logged in, he shouldn't be able to see the blogs and the profile page. And in order to do so, we create another component that is called protected route.jsx, and we wrap every component with the protected route if we don't want that component to be like visible to users that are not registered. So we'll pass children here, we'll take children, and every time we render this component, we're going to use a use effect hook. We'll give it the user because we want to render it whenever the user state changes. So if the user logs out, we basically instantly want to call this use effect again. So we obviously need to get the user. We use the use context to get the user context. Now we have the user, and whenever the user changes, this use effect is going to rerun. And if we don't have a user, we basically want to navigate, so I'm going to load the navigate hook as well. And if we don't have a user, we want to navigate to the /register page so that the user can either register or obviously log in. And now we can use this protected route in our app.jsx and wrap the elements that should be protected with the protected route. So we basically take, that was probably one of the few routes that should not be protected. So let's give the home page a protected route. We'll wrap the home page with the protected route, and whenever the user goes to the home page, he's also going to call the use effect hook from the protected route. It will check if there is a user available. If there is a user available, he can obviously enter the page, but if there's no user, we will navigate the user to the /register page. So now let's go to home, for example, and as you can see, he will get redirected to the register page. And now we have to give that protected route to literally any page that should, basically be protected. So let's wrap the profile page with a protected route as well, for example, like this. Let's get it down, and this page is protected as well right now. And then let's also add the protected route to the blogs page like this. And now we can go to the blogs page and we get redirected to the register page. So let's register again with another user. We give it a random password, doesn't even matter. And now we should get redirected to our home page since we are logged in. We can go to our home page, we can go to our blogs page, we can go to our profiles page. Right here it might take a reload to load the profile picture, but after the first reload it should all be loaded. And now I can basically change everything and I can log out, and if I log out I immediately get redirected to the register page. And yeah, everything works as expected, I'd say. So coming next, I'd say that we're going to work on the blogs page so that the user can see and create blogs. So yeah, let's get to the blogs page. So first of all, we're going to open the blogs page, and then I'd like to have two buttons on the top. Obviously we need to register first to see the blogs page. So we'll create like literally any account, doesn't really matter too much. Then we're logged in, we're going to go to the blogs page, and now we're seeing the blogs page. I'd like to have two buttons on the top, one to see my own blogs, so the user blogs, and then one button to create a new blog. So we'll add one button, or we're going to add a div, and then we add a button called see my blogs, and a button below that's maybe called add a new blog. And then we basically have two buttons right here. let's style them a little bit. So I'm going to give one a class name of py2 px maybe 10, rounded full background. Let's make this one see my blocks. Let's give it slate probably, and then it looks like this one. So not entirely sure if we should maybe do this one like a little bit darker and then text white, and then we can like maybe give this one 300. Then we're going to copy the class name, give the other button the same class name, and then we can like probably turn slate into blue though, and maybe use blue 400. Maybe we can use like a different color right here. Going to take a look at some different options. Red looks probably not that good with that kind of button. Maybe lime. Maybe we can try it, I guess. Maybe 500. Then I have to delete that one like this. Boah, looks pretty fucking weird to be honest. Maybe 300. I mean, it's obviously not a masterpiece, but you can pick whatever color you like. For this block, it's probably alright. And yeah, when we are going to click the blocks, we can basically display a different page or sub page. First of all, it would be pretty cool to align the items in the center though. So we're going to do justify, or we're going to do flex col maybe, and then we can like item center. We give a gap between those two buttons, probably of okay, never mind. Actually, I'm going to do it a little bit different. I'm going to put those two buttons into a separate div that will get a class name of flex and a gap of 5. And then I'm going to justify them in the center. And I'm going to give this div a class name of margin top 10 probably. And then it should look like this. Maybe a little bit more margin would be pretty nice. And yeah, now it looks like this. So next up, we're going to add a new block section first, I'd say, because then we can like use the added blocks to create the see my block section afterwards. So first of all, we're going to edit this div is for the buttons down below here. We'll add a new component called add block.jsx. We're going to create a basic template for the component, and then we'll import it, add block, so we can basically see it, and now it should be right below. So what are we going to do right here? We are going to add a div on the top, I'd say, that has like a height of probably 72, a background color of slate. Right here we can probably use 200. Rounded is going to be XL, and you'll see what this is for in a couple of minutes or seconds, whatever you want to call it. Then we're going to give this div a width of probably 80%, I'd say, because I really don't want the section to go over the entire page, and MX of auto to center everything in the middle. And probably 70% is even better, because this is like pretty much like this. And right now I'm going to give the add block page a class name of margin top 10 probably, and then we have it like this. And I want to have this div, or let's turn this div actually into a button, because I want to click it later on. You see what this div is actually for. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, it just doesn't have any width right now, so I'm going to give it a width of full. Yeah, perfect. So when the user clicks this button, I basically want to have an input field of type file that is going to get clicked, where the user can basically select an image for the post. So this is basically the placeholder that is clickable for a user to select a header image for each post, basically. I'm going to give this a name of file, an ID of file. It's going to be hidden. We did pretty much all of this plenty of times right now, so I'm going to go through this a little bit faster. We're going to give it const file set, or we don't even need a file, we're probably just going to need an avatar, set avatar equals use state. We're going to initialize it with null. Next up, we need a way to click the button, so we're going to give it an on-click option that is handle select image. We're going to create that function const handle select image is equal to a narrow function, and when the user clicks we need a ref to our input. Ref is the file ref. Then we're going to create that ref by creating the file ref is equal to use ref by using the ref hook. Then we have the ref to our file, and now with the ref we are going to click the ref whenever the user clicks the button. And right now we should be able to open the image selector. So right now we can basically select the image. So we need an on-change property that allows us to handle upload image. Or basically, to be honest, I think we need a file. Const file set file, because we are not going to update it immediately, but we rather send it with a form or as part of a form. So this one is going to be the input field will have handle upload image, basically const handle upload image equal to a function. The function basically has an event. Const file is equal to e.target.files of 0, which is going to get us the file. If we have a file, we're going to set our avatar to url.create object URL of file, and we are also going to set our file to our file. And this is basically all we need for the moment. In the next step, we're going to put this file basically, or this input field, inside of a form. This form will have an onSubmit function that is going to be handle upload post. We're going to create that function const handle upload post is equal to a function that is going to take an event, and we're going to e.prevent default to prevent a page reload when the user submits the form. Obviously we are going to need a button to submit the form, but first of all we're going to work on the image a little more, because we basically have our button right here, and this button could actually, if like we have a file selected, we could basically display an image. So we'll take a look. If we have an avatar, so if our avatar is not null, we're going to do something, and otherwise we're going to post a button. If we have an avatar, we're basically going to use that avatar as our source. So let's upload something to see if this works, and as you can see it works, but we should obviously give it the same class name so it doesn't change in size and position. We're probably going to add object cover to prevent object stretching, and right now you can see it pretty much works. It would be pretty good if this image would be clickable as well though, so we're going to basically, actually it would probably be smarter to like use this button right there, and then we can like put an image inside of the button that has a source of avatar, and class name should actually not be too important. We're going to Give it a class name. Actually, we can like transfer the class names right here, and we'll give it a width that should probably, yeah, the width right here should probably be full as well, and then it should, yeah, basically cover. Here we make object cover again, and this should basically, yeah, do the job. So right now this image is clickable as well. The user can select another image and he can like change the image. Obviously it would be pretty cool if there would, like, especially on the first render, it would be pretty cool if the user could hover over this and it would show like a photo icon, so he basically knows that he can upload something. So we're going to look for a camera probably. We're going to use the first one. Obviously you can like look for a different camera if you don't like it. But for my purpose, this is perfectly fine. We are going to place it actually above the image, doesn't really matter too much though. And this camera will actually, this button will have a position of relative, and this camera will have a position of absolute. It will have a width of probably 40 and a height of 40. Color text will be white, so the color is basically going to be white, and this should basically show a camera already, which is basically invisible right now. Maybe it's behind the image, so I'm going to do set 10 probably. But actually, okay, we didn't upload anything yet, so we need to do the same right here probably. So yeah, basically right now it's perfectly fine, but we should probably give this like 32 and this one 32 as well, because it's like a little bit too big in my opinion. And now we can actually give this one a flex box, justify center, item center. I'm actually not even sure if this is going to work, but it should, yeah, and it works. And when the user hovers over the container, this icon should basically become visible. So I'm going to give this icon an opacity of like maybe 60, or actually I'm going to give it an opacity of 0. And then I'm going to give this one the group, and this one is going to have group double point hover, hover minus hover, and then it's going to have opacity 60. And whenever we hover, as you can see, it's going to become visible. And now it would obviously be nice to have like a transition for, probably opacity is enough, of a duration of, let's make it 500. And now if we hover, you can see the icon appears, we can click it, we can upload an image, and everything works perfectly fine. And now I'm going to give the exact same icon to the div on top, and I give this one a group as well. So if we're going to upload an image, for example this one, it should be centered. If we add this one here, perfect. And now it should actually be in the center, as you can see, and it shows an icon as well. So this is basically just styling. Obviously you can spend more or less time doing it, but this is basically how it works. So the next thing we are actually going to need is an input field that takes the text from the user of type text, and it will be for the title of the page or of the blog post. It will have a placeholder of enter a blog title, and it will have sorry, a class name of width full, rounded full, border will basically just be a border gray 200, padding of 2 probably into all directions. And if I'm not wrong, it should actually be fine if I'm going to, yeah, and actually this is pretty much alright. Actually, I feel like it would be cooler if I would add py and px of probably 4, because yeah, the gap into the x direction is pretty small, to be honest. Maybe I'm actually going to give it like px of 5 and py of 3, so it has some more room. So this is pretty much alright for me though. In the next step, we are going to add an option for the user to add sections, so he can add as many sections for his blog post as he wants, and each section will have a title and some text that is below the subtitle basically. So we are going to add it by creating a sections array that is going to be initialized with an empty array. So basically in the beginning the user does not have any sections. Then we're going to add a button, and that button is basically or let's not add a button, let's just add an icon, because the button should basically submit the form. We're basically going to add a plus, for example, and this plus could for example be this plus, doesn't really matter too much, again, can pick whatever you want. So we'll have a CI circle plus, we'll add it down here, we'll give it a class name of width, for example 40, age 40, degree or text gray, probably 200. Then we might just take a look at it for now, and this is actually okay. Now it would be pretty cool if we had like on hover a cursor of pointer, and we'll add a now click property that has handle add section as a function that we're going to define on top. Const handle add section is equal to a function like this, and yeah, on click we are basically going to add a section right here. Now let's take a look at it. It still doesn't look too nice. It would be cool if everything would be centered. So we can basically give the form a class name of flex call justify center. Well, my bad, items center. Yeah, now this should work. On click it would be pretty nice if we would add a section now. So let's take a look at the handle add section function, and basically when we're going to add a section, each section will basically look like this. Each section will have an order that could probably be 1 for the first item or 0 for the first item, doesn't really matter too much. Then 0 probably makes more sense, since the array starts with 0 as well, and then each order will have a title that could be literally anything, and it will have a text that can literally be anything as well. So whenever the user presses the button, we are going to add a section that has like an empty title and an empty text, and the user can then basically write something and update the title and update the text. And this is basically a concept that we're going to use for this page. And we always want to make sure that the order of the newly added item is the largest number basically, or now largest order in the array. So even if the user deletes an array, which we are going to a section, which we are going to implement later on, it is important that it's going to be added to the end of the array, which is obviously always going to happen, but also with the highest order. So we have to make sure that we somehow get the highest order in the array, which is actually not that hard. We can like create a const max order, which is equal to basically all of the orders. So we can use math.max for that one. And before using that function, we are going to take a look at sections.length. And if the length of it is basically bigger than 0, so if at least one item is in the array, we're going to use math.max, and otherwise we are just going to set the max order to basically to 0, because the max order is basically 0. What is the problem here? Section, okay, I have to rename this to sections.length, and right here we basically have to map over the entire sections array, so we're going to use sections.map, then we'll have a section, and we're going to look at the section.order, and basically we return the section.order. Since math.max needs basically numbers and not an array, we have to destructure sections.map, and this should basically work. So what are we doing here? We're basically taking a look at the array, and we want to know if the array has at least one element. If it doesn't have at least one element, so it's basically 0, then we are going to return 0, because then max order is basically 0. And if it basically has elements, then we're going to take a look at math.max. So basically we want to get the highest number of our sections, and by doing sections.map of section, which goes to section.order, we get all of the section.orders, so basically all of the orders of the sections, and we return it as a new array, and then we're going to destructure this array so math.max can get the numbers. And yeah, this is basically what's happening here. And now that we have the max order, we can create a new section, and we'll do so by adding const new section is equal to an object that will have order of max order and an empty title, which is basically an empty string, and a text, which is basically an empty string as well. And now we're going to do set sections. We're going to take the previous sections. We'll destructure the previous sections again because they're an array. We'll put the previous sections into an array as well. And we are going to add a new section to the end of the array. Obviously, there would be different ways as well. We could also use a new array and push it. But yeah, this method should work perfectly fine as well. So I'm going to log the sections so we can take a look at them. Console.log sections. And now whenever we are going to click the button, we should also, it should actually work right now. So I'm going to take a look at it. I'm going to reload the page so we don't have any errors. Blocks, it works. And now we have one section. We have 2 sections, we have 3 sections, so everything works as expected. Obviously, now we need a way to update these sections, and we also need a way to type in title and text. And in order to do so, we are basically going to add a section component, section.jsx. We're going to create a basic template. We can display this section with a map function. So we're basically going to use sections.map. We're going to give it a section, or we're going to get a section, and that section goes to a return statement that will return our section like this. So basically right now, whenever we click, there should be added a new section, as you can see, and it works. So now we have to implement the logic for being able to enter some input. So we'll start by adding an input field of type text. It will have, it will have the name title, ID title, and the placeholder of enter a title for the section. So, and then we can basically copy the class names from this input field over to this input field, because it can actually look completely similar. We'll give it a width of full right here. It should actually have a width of full. Then this div might be the problem, or is most likely the problem. And as you can see, it works. Now each section has a input field for the title, but it would be pretty cool to have like a text area to add the text. We give it an ID of text, a name of text, a placeholder of enter the text for your section, and then we'll add a class name. I'm going to give it these class names and just adjust them slightly. As you can see, I really don't like that the sections are literally completely rounded though, so I'm probably just going to go with medium for both of these things. And right now, probably going to give this one a height of 40. Might look a little bit better. Actually, it does look a little bit better. Each section will have a margin top of probably 10, should be fine, I guess. Yeah, and as you can see, we have like a little gap now. Then we give the text area a margin top of probably 4. And to me, this looks pretty much alright. Now we also want to add a button to delete a section. So we're basically going to add a button that has the name delete section. This one should probably have a width of full, be red probably with 400. Well, let's try 900, text white, rounded medium. Actually, this should work. Yeah, padding Y of 2 probably. And now it should actually be kinda alright. The text is wrong though. So delete section. It's probably not the 10 of 10, but it's kinda alright, I'd say. Maybe this one has too much margin, so I'm going to add a margin top of probably 2 right here. And yeah, to me it looks pretty much alright. So how are we going to add sections, or how are we going to delete sections from here? And in order to do so, we obviously need to delete sections from this array. So whenever the user clicks delete section, we want to be able to delete the section that has basically the order right here. So what we are going to do is we're going to give or create a function that has the name handle delete section, const handle delete section, which is equal to an arrow function. And what we're going to do is we're going to give it an order, which we will receive later on. You will see how it works. And then we are going to filter our array. So we're going to take a look at our filtered sections. We're going to use the filter method right here. So we're basically going to use sections dot filter, and we're going to have a section basically over here, and if section dot order is not equal to order, then we're basically going to return the item, and then we're going to add the sections to our filtered sections, and everything should basically work alright. So how are we going to pass this function over to our section? This is actually pretty easy. We're just going to use props, and we're going to add handle delete section right here, and we also need the order, and the order is actually just section.order, so actually pretty straightforward as well. And then we're going to destructure the props right here. So we're going to destructure order, and we're going to destructure handle delete section right here. So basically all we have to do now is add an on-click handler to our button and give this on-click handler basically our function as an anonymous arrow function, since we need to call it right here, with an argument that is order. And right now it should actually work, but it does actually not work for whatever reason. Actually, this was one of the dumbest mistakes overall. I always gave it max order and set it to math.max, but math.max is obviously 0 if there's no item in the array that has an order. So basically what we have to do is we have to use math.max and we have to set it to +1, because otherwise it's never going to increase. And this should actually fix the problem. So if we're going to delete a section now, let's reload the page. If we're going to add it and we're going to delete it, it works. If we're going to add 2 sections, it works as well, as you can see. So now everything works just fine. So really, yeah, dumb mistake, to be honest. We can also see if it deletes the right section. So if we're going to delete this one, wait, give me a second. Is that a next bug? Okay, we basically we changed our filter functionality. So we're going to do if section.order does not equal order, then we're going to filter it. I think I changed that when I tried to fix some bugs, but now it should work. Okay, it was actually so confusing. So let's add this and this. Let's say this is A. I'm going to delete the first section and it's going to delete both sections again for whatever fucking reason, guys. We're going to remove this statement. We're going to return it, which might be the mistake. And right now I'm really hoping that it works, because it's like literally, yeah. This was the only error that I would basically see, but it works. So basically we used like the brackets, and when using the brackets we would have to use a return statement. But yeah, like this it works. Took a while, sorry for all the problems with that section, but right now we can add like text, we can add like title, whatever we want, we can add sections. Maybe we can make it look a little bit better by giving this button, add a new block, some margin, top of probably 10. This would make it look a little bit better. Oh wait, isn't this the button? Add a new, no, this is the wrong button. So add a block, we have to give this circle plus a margin top of 10 basically. Now this should work. It does, maybe it's a little bit too much. Let's give it like 6. And yeah, now probably just 4. Now that we're done with that, we can basically add or change our sections. So whenever the user wants to change the section, we have to be able to figure out what section he wants to change and what values he wants to change. And in order to do so, we're going to create a new function that has the name const handle update section. It's going to be a narrow function that will take 3 parameters. The first one is going to be order, so basically what section do we want to modify, what field do we want to modify, and what value do we want to give to that field. And then we are basically going to use a map function, and we're basically going to set our sections. We're going to have the previous sections. We're going to use the arrow set sections. We're going to return an array that has sections.map that is going to take the previous sections.map. Basically we don't need those brackets. We're going to use previous sections.map. By doing so we get a previous section, and whenever we have a previous section we are basically going to return this previous section, which is an object. So we can like literally destructure the properties of the previous object, and then we can like let's make it like this, and we return an object that has the previous object inside, and we'll use the field and the value to update the certain field. And right now we need order, field and value. Order does actually not matter too much right here. The only way where it matters is if order, if previous.order is not equal or is equal to order, then we're going to do something, and otherwise we're going to do something else. So if previous.order is equal to order, this means that we're basically having the object that we want to modify. Then we're going to return this object, and otherwise, so basically we're going to modify the field with the value that we pass to the function. And if it's not like that, we're basically just going to return the section, since we don't want to modify it, and the section is basically pref right here. And this should actually do the job, if I'm not entirely wrong. So we're going to use handle update section and give it to our sections.map function right here. We're going to go to handle update sections. We're going to destructure handle update sections right here. Then whenever the user basically wants, so for the value, we are basically having our section.title, so we're going to give it a title of section.title, and for the text we're going to give it a section.text property, which we will use for the section.title right here, or which we will use for title, to be honest, since we can destructure title and text right here. On change, we are going to use handle update section as an anonymous arrow function, since we need to use some arguments. It will take the order, which we already have right here. It will take the field that we want to update, which is title in this case, and it will have the value that is basically e.target. We need the event, obviously, target.value, and by doing so we'll update our section, the desired section, and right here we are going to give it a value as well, which will be text. And on change we will also use an event to use handle update section. This time we're going to use the text property that we want to update, and we also call e.target.value to update the text area, and by doing so the sections in the end. Now I can console.log the sections again if I didn't do so already. So let's console.log the sections and see if everything works alright. First of all, I want to give the blocks margin top of 10, because this really looks basically terrible. So let's use margin top of 5, probably is fine, or 2. So yeah, this is alright. So let's reload the page, go to blocks. We are going to add an image. Let's see if everything works as expected. We're going to enter a title, doesn't really matter. We're going to add 2 sections right now. Then we're going to type in title 1, title 2, some random text, some other random text. And as you can see, we should have like order 1, order 2, some random text right here, and title 1 for the title, and some other random text, I guess, for the text 2 and title 2. So basically everything is working as expected right now. And now all we have to do is basically use those datas, basically, or the data, to use these data fields to upload them to our database and store them in our database, and then later on we can use this stored data to see our blocks and style our blocks. So this is basically the idea. I'll also give like a margin of 10 probably to the bottom of the section, so we'll use basically just my of 10. This should add some margin on the bottom as well. I reload the page probably, or no, this is actually fine. Maybe 20 is better, to be honest. Yeah, now if I add something, it looks a little bit better. Yeah, it looks kind of right, so this one should be alright. So now how are we going to add this data to the server, and what data are we even going to add? We don't need the section anymore, to be honest. We don't need the home page, we don't need the header, we don't need the profile, we don't need the protected route, and we don't need add block, to be honest. Or do we need it? No, we actually need add block. Okay, so the data scheme for our blocks collection is basically a title, a created by, a header image, a section, and a timestamp. And pretty much we have, as you can see, we have pretty much everything. So we are going to use handle upload post. We're going to use a try catch block. In the catch block we can copy this code and paste it in there like this, and then we can basically upload our section by using const block ref, and then we're going to create a reference to basically a collection like this. We're going to use our database. It will be, or it will have a reference to blocks, and this should be our reference. Then we're going to create const block document is equal to await add document, which is a method from Firebase Firestore. We use add doc whenever this one is going to be asynchronous, and we use add doc whenever we want to use basically, or whenever we want to give or let Firebase decide what ID we are going to use for the document. So we are basically not caring about the idea, and Firebase is automatically going to generate the idea, which is the document title in the end. And by doing so, yeah, we don't have to care too much about it, and we don't have to decide what ID we are going to use. And in this case, it wouldn't actually make sense to choose a certain ID for every single block. In case of the user, it obviously makes sense to store the UID from Firebase auth in the database or use it as document name. So therefore we use setDoc for the user, and we'll use addDoc for the blocks. Yeah, and whenever you use addDoc and you basically have to use a collection reference. So we are going to use the collection reference here, which doesn't take a name for the document. Otherwise, if you would use like the doc reference, you would have to pass an ID right here. But yeah, since we are using the collection, we just have to pass in 2 arguments. Then we're going to give it the block ref right here, and this should actually already add the block if we are going to add some data. And the data we are basically going to add, as you can see right here, is going to be the title, which is the title. It's going to be our created by, which is the user, header image, which is our file. Do we actually have the user already? I don't think that we have the user, so we're going to get the user from use context, user context like this, and then we are going to add, where is it? Created by is actually user.id. Sections are basically the sections. Timestamp is actually for the timestamp we're going to use the server timestamp provided from Firebase Firestore like this. So timestamp is going to be automatically created. We need a header image, which is basically our file, but we need to upload the file before doing so. So we're going to create a reference to our storage, const file or header image ref equals reference to the storage. We are going to give it the reference to the storage. Is it the right storage, to be honest? Storage. Let's take a look. Did I import the right storage on the top? Yes, should be the right storage. And then we're going to create a URL, which can basically be blocks / and we actually should add the block ID right here, and we actually don't have it right now, or we don't have it yet. Therefore, I'm probably going to add the header image to null in the beginning, and we're going to do it the same way we did it with the user. We are basically going to get the reference right here, and then we're going to use block doc dot ID to use the ID for the block, and when doing so we can basically await upload bytes. We are going to give it the header image ref. We're going to give it a data, which is the file that we have, and after we upload it we have to get a download URL, which we get by using await get download URL. We'll pass our header image ref to the await get download URL, and once we have it, we actually have to update our block document and insert our header image, or the download URL, into the header image basically. So we're going to await update doc, and all of this is actually only necessary in case we have a file. If we don't have a file, it's probably not the smartest to do it. So we're going to await update document. We're going to give it the reference, which is our block reference basically. Actually, we need a different reference though. This time we need a reference to the document, database, blocks, and here we have the ID already, so we have to use blockdoc.id since we want to update a specific document. And here we can add the data, which is basically our header image, which we'll set to download URL. And like this, it should actually work, but we also have to update the user document, and we have to do so whether we have a file or not. So what we're going to do next is await update document, and this time we're going to reference the users collection, and the user, we have to reference a document like this, and this time we'll use user.id, and we'll update the document, and to be specific we are going to update the courses, the blocks. And as you know, we have an array. I can show it to you. Right here in the users collection we have a blocks array, and we want to update this blocks array. We want to use the ID of the block document and store it inside of this blocks array, so that basically every user has a collection of all block IDs of his created blocks. So we're basically going to use array union, which is going to insert an element on the end of an array. So basically it's not going to override it, it's just going to add the new block ID to the end of the array. And right here we'll obviously add blockdoc.id in case it exists, and it should be fine like this. So perfect. Right now everything should work just fine, at least I hope so. I know it's a lot of logic right there, but we can take a look at it and see if it works. Here is my block title. Here is my first section. Let's probably take some lorem text, lorem ipsum, so that we have like, something that we can take a look at later on. some text here. Looks actually terrible, to be honest, so I'm going to delete some of the text. This is actually way too much. What actually happened right there? Yeah, this should be fine. So let's take this text, add another section. Actually, that's kind of weird that there's like so much space in between. I don't know if I like... This is my second section. Let's take a look at it in a couple of seconds. Here is my third section. Actually, I don't even need to add that much. Oh, and we actually need a submit button. But first of all, I want to take a look at the section, which should basically not have that much margin on the top, to be honest. Maybe this one is probably pretty dumb, since we're giving way too much margin into each direction. I think like 410 would probably be alright. Yeah, and we need to solve the other problem later on, so that we don't have any margin on the bottom. But it doesn't matter right now. Now we can add a button on the bottom to submit the form, to be honest. Should have done that earlier, to be honest. Submit, add blog post. Then we're going to give it a class name of vfull bg blue 400. It's going to have a padding in the y direction of 2. It's going to be rounded medium. It's going to have a text white, and this is basically it. And right now we have a button right here, mt of probably 4, mb of 20. So like this we can also add the margin. Let's basically give it a margin top of 10 and a margin bottom of probably 32. Yeah, like this looks a lot better, to be honest. And on submit, we're basically going to call, yeah, this function handle. Wait, where's the form? Handle upload post. So let's take a look. I'll also use 2 toast notifications. I use one toast notification, toast.success. Wait, I have to import toast, I guess, .success. Upload successful. So let's take a look at blog post invalid argument. What is the invalid argument? Come on. Firebase function add doc called with invalid data, unsupported field value, custom HTML collection object found, field title in document. Wait, add doc. Wait. This should actually not be wrong. Add doc. Okay, probably one of the worst mistakes again, but I feel like we don't have a title variable or state. Set title is equal to use state. I'm going to initialize it with an empty array. I'm going to give the document or the title basically a value of title. On change is going to be e goes to set title e.target.value, like this. And now everything should work. I'm going to add an image, a title. Let's basically just take a look whether it works or not. And the upload was actually successful. Okay, let's take a look at the other error. We basically got there in the end. So marshmallow, section 1, some random text. Okay, I don't have any text. Add blog page and upload successful. Each child in list should have a unique key prop, which is actually pretty easy to solve. Since we're rendering the sections, we need a key that is basically just section.order, and that's why we have a unique order for each section. And now we have to add one last thing basically. So whenever the blog is going to be added, we need to set the So in case the user wants to add multiple blocks, we should probably reset everything. So title is going to be resetted, our sections are going to be resetted. Is there anything else that we need to reset? The file and the avatar. So set file is going to be null again, and set avatar is going to be null again. And right now everything should work as expected, right? Yeah, perfect. So now we're going to add a file. I'm going to use lorem ipsum again. Let's take a look. I'm going to copy. Let me just copy this one. What is happening, guys? So right now we're going to add a section. This is my first block, whatever. And then we're going to enter a section. Let's enter, whoops, sections.map is not a function. That is actually pretty bad. What just happened, guys? Oh damn, I didn't set sections to an empty array, right? Where is it? Damn, it's so much code right now. Okay, set sections should be an array. Okay, so let's get to blocks. Enter a section, doesn't really matter. Let's add a second section, some text, add blog post, and everything should work as expected. And now everything works. It took a while. I know it was probably a difficult section. I also had to like think a lot about the stuff we were making, so maybe I explained some of these concepts in a pretty bad way, but I really hope you understood it. And right now, trust me, it's going to be a lot easier until the end. And yeah, we're going to keep working on the See My Blocks page, where we are basically going to fetch the blocks and display them. And yeah, if you really came up to this point, you probably made most of it, and yeah, we're going to get through the rest pretty quickly. So yeah, let's get started by adding a See My Blocks page. So guys, let's now work on the My Blocks page. So basically, first of all, we're going to create a component named myblocks.jsx. We're going to create a basic template on the blocks website. We're going to import myblocks.jsx. We're going to render it right here, and it should be displayed right below the other section, I guess. Let's save this component. Let's close this one, close this one, close this one. And as you can see, it should be right here. But we want to render it only when the user is basically in this section, and when the user is in this section, we want to render the add a new block section. And this is actually pretty easy. We're just going to create a new state variable called see my blocks. Set see my blocks is equal to use state, and we're going to set it to true initially. So initially we're going to be on the See My Blocks page, and if we have See My Blocks, so if See My Blocks is true, we're going to render one component, and otherwise we're going to render the add block component, so like this. And this should actually solve the problem. If we're going to go over there, we should basically set See My Blocks to, so add a new block on click. We're going to use a function, and we are going to set See My Blocks to add a new block false, and otherwise we are basically going to do the same, but in this function we are going to set it to true. And this should actually work right now. So if we're going to click this one, we're going to the My Blocks page, otherwise we're going to add a new blocks page. And we can also add a short hover effect if we want to do it, like hover.bg lime. Maybe we can do it like 400, and right here we can add a hover effect as well. Hover background, let's turn it blue. 500. So right now we should have a hover effect. Maybe we can do a transition, all duration 500, transition, all duration 500, and right now you can see we have a hover effect this way. So yeah, the functionality actually works. So now we're going to work on the my blog page or my blogs page. What we actually need is we need all blocks, and we will also need the blocks in the home component later on. Therefore we are going to create a blocks provider, which we will need which we will name blocks provider.jsx. We're going to create a basic component. We will create and export a block context, which is equal to create context. So we're basically going to create a context. Then we're going to use the block context dot provider to create a provider. We're going to copy this component and close it right here. We're going to render the children inside of it. We're going to accept children as a property right here, and then we're going to use the blocks provider inside of our app.jsx, and we're going to render it, or let's maybe put it into our main.jsx. Let's take a look, since we will probably need it in a lot of components as well. Or actually, do we? We could also like just give it some routes here, but it's probably easier to just use the block provider right here, or blocks provider. I'm going to close it right here, put it down there, and now we have the blocks provider, I guess. And basically we want to always keep track of the blocks that we basically have. Therefore we are going to create an effect that's going to get rendered initially, and we will basically update it whenever the user is going to change. So const user equals use context user context. So we're going to use the user context, and right now we are going to use an unsub function that uses onSnapshot, and onSnapshot is basically a function from Firebase, or a method that will always keep track of the database, and once there are changes to the database, it will automatically notify us and give us the latest snapshot of the documents. So basically, if a new blog is added, we will immediately get to know that the new document has been added. And so yeah, we will get all of the changes in, or we will get all of the changes live basically. So the onSnapshot method, you can take a look at it, will take a reference to the location where the reference basically is that we want to keep track on, and it will have a callback function that will have a snapshot. So let's start by creating a reference to our blogs collection basically. So let's start by creating courses ref, blocks ref equals, and it's basically going to be a collection. So we're going to use a collection like this. We're going to use a database. The path is basically blocks. And yeah, this should actually be fine already. Then we're going to use the blocks ref as a reference here. We are going to use a callback function that gives us a snapshot, and we can console.log the snapshot. And right here we can return our unsub function like this. So next up, we're basically going to take a look at the snapshot, I'd say, and as you can see, let's take a look at the snapshot. This is the snapshot. As you can see, we have this docs property. We're basically going to call it, so you can take a look at it. The docs property basically gives us, we have a warning here, the value prop is required for the context provider. Okay. Yeah, we need to pass the value property here as well. We can just initialize it with an empty object for now, and this should actually solve the error. Then we're going to go to the blocks page. We have the snapshot right here when we load it. We have 4 documents inside of it, which are basically the 4 blocks. And as you can see, it's an array, so we basically need to loop over the array to get all of the documents. We can do so by using for const, let's call it snap of snapshot.docs. So we're going to get all of the documents. I'm going to console.log the snap for you, and as you can see, the snap is basically looking like this. If we want to get the data of the snap now, we can do snap.data. There's also an ID field, as you can see, and like this we'll get all of the blocks. Each block has a title, created by, property that has the user ID, a header image, and the sections, which are basically title and text again, and a timestamp obviously. So next up, we'll create an array that basically holds const all blocks is equal to an empty array, and const my blocks is equal to an empty array. And what we want is basically all of the blocks, and we want all of our blocks. We'll need all blocks later on for the homepage, where we will basically display all of the blocks, and we need my blocks to basically display the blocks on our blocks page, where you can only see your blocks basically, so the blocks of the logged in user. So we're going to use an if condition. If snap.id is equal, or let's say if snap, it's not the ID basically, it's basically we have to compare the created by property, because this is basically the ID of the user who created the block, and we want to compare the ID of the user who created the block with the ID of the user who is logged in right now. So we're going to do snap.data.createdby, and if this is equal to our user.id, only if this is going to happen, we are going to push the document to my blocks, or to the my blocks array. And in any other case, or whether it belongs to our blocks or not, we are always going to push it to all blocks, or to the all blocks array. So basically down below we'll do all blocks.push, and we are going to push an object that basically has all of the data of our snapshot. So basically snap.data, we are going to spread it, so we're going to extract all of the data. It would also be pretty nice to get the ID, or the block ID, I'd say, since we already have an ID field that comes from the user ID, I think. Oh no, we don't have an ID field, but I think it makes sense to name it block ID to make it a little more clear, I guess. And then we're going to use snap.id to get the block ID. I don't know if we are going to need anything else, but I feel like for now it should actually be alright. And now we can like use the same syntax for my blocks, and we're going to push it into my blocks as well. And now what we can actually do is, once we're done with all of this, we are going to obviously use toast.success to show a success message and basically say, well, it's actually pointless. We don't really need it, since we'll fetch the blocks every time, and it would probably be not the best to show the user that the blocks have been fetched. Should actually be normal functionality. So what we're going to do now is basically set blocks and set my blocks. So we are going to create 2 variables. One is blocks, set blocks equal to use state. It's going to be an empty array. Const my blocks, set my blocks is actually equal to use state, and an empty array as well. And once we are done, we're basically going to set blocks to all blocks, and we're going to set my blocks equal to my blocks, and this should actually do the job. So then we have to pass them as a value to our block context.provider. So we're going to give it the, actually this is pretty bad, we have to declare the variables in here, and then we're going to give them as a value to the value property and my blocks as well, and this should be fine. So right now what we have to do is basically in our blocks component, or in our my blocks component, we're going to get the my blocks basically from our blocks providers. So my blocks equal to use context block context like this, and now we can basically use the blocks to basically map them to a component, and we're going to use my, wait, is this actually even correct? It shouldn't be correct. My blocks should be written, yeah, actually small, or the first one should be lowercase. And now we're going to use my blocks.map. We're going to map our block to, let's return a div for now that says, how about my block? And later on we can replace it with a component. So we're going to blocks, and as you can see we have 4 blocks since we actually created 4 blocks. And now we create a block preview component that we can basically display instead of the div, and we give it a name of block preview like this. We'll add a key, and the key can basically be our block ID, which should be unique. We can also console.log my blocks right here, so we can get an overview over the blocks basically. So my blocks is basically an array, and each array, so each block will have a block ID, which we are going to use as a unique key for our block preview component. And then we'll pass our other properties basically right here as well, and I can see if I can just destructure them here. Block like this, block, and this should actually work, I think. So let's get probably header image, title, sections, header image, title, sections. And this should actually be all we need, I think, for now. Actually, there's one thing that we should add in a couple of minutes, but for now it's not that important. Now I'm just going to add an image. We are going to add an image if we have an image. It's going to be header image in case we have it. And we take a look at it. So as you can see, we have the header image right here. So it seems to work somehow. And if we don't have an image, we're going to use a fallback image. So import background, let's call it bg from /assets /images /background1.jpg. We are going to import it. If we have an header image, we're going to use it. Otherwise, we're going to use a fallback image. So you can basically, if you don't want to use a fallback image, you can basically, yeah, or if you want to use a different fallback image, you can like use whatever you want. We're going to give it a class name of maybe height. Let's give it like 52, a width of full, and you'll see how it's going to look like in a couple of seconds. We're going to use object cover, and like this everything should work. Right now obviously we have this blocks section, and I want to give it like a class name of flex and flex wrap, which will make the items wrap like this. And we'll give every single item right here width of basically it would be pretty nice if they would not take up like the entire space, I'd say. So if we give it like 30% and age like maybe, I don't know if full is correct. It's probably not that good. How can we solve that? We basically would need a fixed width as well, but it really depends. The best thing would obviously be if each item would like, let's try it like this. We give each item a full width. Then we're going to put all of these block previews inside of a div. Then we're going to close right here. Damn, this was a mistake. Div. And then inside we'll put this one. We give the div the key of block ID, since we need a unique key, which we have right now. And now we can give each div a class name of v of, let's say, 30%. So we're automatically going to give it a, yeah, perfect, the right width. And now right here we have the full width, so it's going to take up 30%. And now it's pretty nice to give it like a gap of probably 3, and we'll also add justify center, since this looks actually pretty weird. And like this, everything is centered, and this is exactly what we wanted, in my opinion. Obviously this is not done right now, so it would be pretty cool to like display the title below the image. So we're going to use a paragraph for that purpose. The input will basically the title, if we have a title. And if we don't have a title, we should probably add a fallback text. Title or feel free to read more. If we don't have a title, feel free to read more, like this. I hope this actually works, but it should. So class name will be font bold mt2. Maybe we're going to give all of this a class name of text center, so everything is centered, like this. And this looks a lot better already, in my opinion. How about we add a paragraph below that has like sections. If we give it like the text of sections of 0, which should be the first section, dot text if there is a text, and if there's no text, we are just going to give it a read more property. So like this, we should actually okay, reading property of undefined. So we're basically going to use this operator, and right now actually perfectly works. So if we don't have a description, so if we don't have any sections with any text, we're going to get read more, and otherwise we're going to get this literally infinitely long text, which we're going to slice, since this is way too long. Like this, we are going to show 100 characters, and we're going to add a ... at the end. And like this, it should be a lot shorter, as you can see. So let's see. Maybe we should give each block preview a margin top of 10 to get in some more space between the different rows. This looks a lot better already, in my opinion. We could give each image a rounded medium, since this would probably look a little bit better. And yeah, basically this is all we have to do. We can now turn this div into button, since those blog posts should be clickable in a couple of minutes. And this is actually kind of weird. I don't even know why it's happening. Let's re-render this blocks. So right now the problem might be that the text right here is actually of a different length than the other text. So what we're going to do in order to fix that is that we can probably items start could actually solve the problem. Yeah, it actually solves the problem. Perfect. Okay, this was actually crazy, actually weird error, but right now everything seems to work. I also feel like The margin on the top is a little bit too much for me, so I'm going to set it to like 6 probably. Yeah, and this works a little bit better in my opinion. So actually it doesn't really work better, to be honest. Yeah, let's keep it like this. And now if the user clicks on a post, basically we can open the blogs page. So we are going to do this, and yeah, this is actually not even too difficult. So right now we're going to work on the blog.jsx page. I'm going to open it. Wait a minute, give me a second. We have blog.jsx, and right now we want to render this page whenever the user clicks on this button. So we should actually open the blogs page again. Should be right here, and whenever the user clicks on the blog preview, let's take a look at the blogs preview. Should be inside of the blog.jsx, right? It should be inside, yeah, blogs.jsx. Whenever he clicks this button, no, it should actually not be in the blogs.jsx. It should be in the my blogs.jsx. Okay, perfect. So if the user clicks this button, we want to get the blog ID and go to that link. And this basically means that we are going to replace this with a link. So basically a link from React Router DOM, and the link goes to /. Let's make it like this. We're going to go to /, and then we're going to use the blog.blog ID as well, which is the ID of the blog post. And as you can see, if we click right here, we're going to go to the blog ID page. And what we have to do now is we have to add this route into our app.jsx, which is down here. We're going to add the path basically right here. We're going to see a blog post. It should actually be a protected route since we make user comments available later on, but obviously for your blogs page you can also keep it as a normal route if you want to keep comments probably off, or you can use a different mechanism to only make signed-in users be able to write comments, but for now this should be fine. We're going to render the blog page, which should actually be available already. So we're going to see blog, we're going to import it, and the path is actually /blogs /:, and ID. And then we are going to go into our myblogs.jsx, and we're going to /blogs/blog.blog ID. Right now we're going to click it, and we're on the blog page, and this is exactly what we want. So now we have to style a blog page that basically displays the different blogs, and this is actually pretty simple. So first of all, we're going to get obviously our blogs, and we need my blogs. We need the params. So we need the ID, which we can get by a user ID from the use params hook. And now I can show you that this user ID is actually the ID that we passed as a param right here. So let's go to the console, and as you can see, I'm going to reload it. The param is actually undefined. So let's take a look at it. I'm going to const params, or param is equal to param. Let's console.log the param. I'm going to go to the blogs page. I'm going to go to the blog post, and we have the ID right here, which is kind of okay. I called it ID, so it's param.id. So let's destructure the ID, and now we should get the blog ID if I did everything the right way and perfectly. We get the ID of the blog. So now we can use this ID to basically fetch the blog that we are going to need. And yeah, basically to do so, we're going to use the use effect hook. So we can basically create a use effect hook. We're going to create it like this. It's going to be an anonymous function. As a param, we're going to import maybe, yeah, we don't need anything for now. Maybe we're going to add something later on into the dependency array, and we're going to call a function called fetch block data. Then we're going to call it const fetch block data. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and we'll call a try catch block right here. Into the catch block we can copy this, and then we're going to call it right here. And right now we basically have to fetch the data from the current block. There would also be the option to basically filter my blocks, and therefore we could basically prevent a database call, and maybe I'm actually even going to do it. Might take a little bit longer to get around it, but it should actually work. So I'm going to use context user context. I have to take a look again at my block, since I'm not entirely sure how the object looked again. So let's console.log my blocks. We reload our blocks page, and now we should basically have our blocks right here, and it has a block ID. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to do const my block is equal to my blocks.filter, and I'm going to re-render it whenever my blocks is going to change. And then I'm basically I'm also going to pass the user, because if the user logs out, I actually don't have to do it. So I'm going to do my blocks.filter. I'm going to give it the block that we are currently having, and I'm going to return it if block.createdBy is actually if block ID, to be honest, block ID is equal to the ID that we passed in, and if the ID basically of the block is the ID that is basically used in the use params hook, or in the parameters right here, then we are going to have our block right here. So I can console.log my block, and you'll see that it should actually, if everything works the right way, be the correct block. So let's reload the page. We're going to blocks. Why is there actually an error? Uncaught in preference, toast is not defined. Yeah, we need to import toast, basically toast like this. And now we're going to reload the page, and it should actually work. Yeah, we're not getting any errors anymore. We're going to click the block, and as you can see, we are getting type error, cannot read property of undefined, my blocks.filter. Right now on the block page, we're going to get my blocks from the block context. Actually, that was a dumb mistake. Right now we're going to load it, and right now it should work. And as you can see, we have an array that has just one object, and that is the block that we're actually going to use. So we can basically set my block. So const current block set current block is equal to use state. It's going to be null in the beginning, and then when we get the block, we're going to set current block to my block of 0 basically. And now I'm going to show you the block. So I'm going to console.log the current block once we have it, and it should be the block that we have right here. So right now we can start to style our page. On the top I would like to have an image which is either going to be a fallback image or the image that we have. So it's going to be block.header image if we have a header image, and we can take a look at it. And block is not defined. It should be current block like this. And now we have the header image. I'm going to give it a class name of probably width of, let's just give it a full width and a height of like 72, for example, or let's make it 96, so the max width basically. We have it like this. It's going to have object cover. Basically, we'll give all of this a class name of a max width of, let's make it 3XL, so it's not too big. So it looks like this. This is going to be rounded XL, and this one is going to be a flex col. We'll have everything in a column. The items are going to be center, and this should basically center everything once we have a width that is full, or screen maybe like this. Actually, it doesn't change anything for whatever reason, so we have this container on the top. Okay, this is the max width and this has the width of full. So this does basically not align everything in the center. Flex call, so this is basically the main axis and this is the secondary axis. So item center should actually center everything, but we can also use MX Auto, which basically centers it. So it would be pretty nice to have a margin on the top of 20 like this, and then we'll add a header title basically on the top. So if we have a title, we are going to use current block.title. Otherwise, we're basically not going to display anything. We're going to use font bold, and then we're going to use text of 3XL like this. We'll have a margin top of maybe 10, and in the next step we're going to render the different sections. So we're going to use a map function. We'll use a div here, sections dot, or let's say current block dot sections dot map. We'll have a section right here, and we're going to basically render a paragraph that is going to have the section title, which is section dot title if there exists a title, and we're going to do the same for the text in case we have a text. All of this should basically return a div, I guess, which we are going to close. This div will have a key of section.order, which we can use as a key. And right now we have the section. As you can see, we're going to give it a class name of text center, a margin top of maybe 5, which will basically make this look like this. And then we give this one a class name of font bold and a text of maybe 1XL to make it a little bit bigger. And this is basically how everything looks like. So it would also be pretty nice to have a nav bar on the top, to be honest. So we'll add a nav bar right here, and then we're going to wrap everything inside of another div. And right now it looks pretty much alright, as you can see. We see the block. If we go to a different block, we see a different block. If we see this block, we see this block, and then we have like a bigger block that does basically not have any image. So maybe if we don't have an image, we can take a look at it. I can make a condition. So if I have current block.header image, we're going to display it, and otherwise we're basically just going to display an empty div like this. Yeah. Something is actually not working. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, like this it should work. This is the image. So current block.header image, and otherwise we're going to render an empty div, it should work. Okay, now it works. Maybe I spelled something wrong. And now it's not going to display the header image if we don't have a header image. And if we have a header image, it's basically going to display it. So everything works as expected. Now if we have a pretty long block, it would be pretty cool if we had some margin on the bottom as well. So I'm going to give this one a class name of margin bottom of 20. We're probably not going to see it right now, but as you've probably seen previously, it looked pretty terrible. And now we are actually pretty much done with those two sections. And for the next exercise, basically, or for the next part, we're going to display basically all of the blocks right here. So we are going to basically can actually close pretty much all of this. We are maybe just going to copy this part right here, and then we're going to the home page right here, I think, yeah, and then down below we're going to do this. I'm going to get all blocks from use context block context, and now I'm going to replace my blocks.map with all blocks.map, and this could actually be enough already. Let's take a look at the home page. Reading map is undefined. All blocks.map probably, since it might take a while to load the blocks. Let's see, why doesn't it find like all blocks? Ah, okay, the name is actually just blocks, so this is the problem right here. And let's reload it. All blocks is not defined. Where did I say all blocks? Okay, I just didn't change this one. I'm going to reload it. Link is not defined, so let's re-import the link like this. And now that we have everything, it should actually work. And block preview is not defined, so we need to re-import block preview as well, like this. And now please let it just work. Blocks is not a function. Okay, I somehow made a mistake right there, whatever this was. But now it should actually work, but it's actually not working. Okay, wait. We should return this link basically. And yeah, now it's actually rendering it the way we wanted it to render. But one thing is basically missing, and yeah, right on top we had a div right here that is basically wrapped around the entire function like this. And now we can like use this div to basically stretch it into the right position, I guess. And this maybe looks a little bit weird, so we can probably give it a width of 20% right here. Obviously you could make it mobile friendly later on or adjust it to different screen devices or width. But for my example, or for our example, this should be perfectly fine. If we're going to click it, we're going to get to the blog post again. And as you can see, everything works as expected right here as well. Now it would be important to basically sort our blocks according to the release date. And doing so is actually super easy. We're just going to go to the blocks provider and we're going to sort all blocks by using all blocks.sort. We're going to use we should have the data, so we are going to get, since we have the data, let me take a look at all blocks again, console.log all blocks like this. I'm going to get rid of the message right here, and basically whenever we are going to log it, we should see all of the blocks right here. This should be the all blocks array, and every block basically has a timestamp. So we'll use all blocks.sort. We have a block A and a block B, and we'll sort it if b.timestamp.toDate minus a.timestamp.toDate, and this is basically going to sort the blocks, if I'm correct, and it should be right, I guess. Let me take a look. Let's get rid of the sort function for a second, like this. Remember the order, save it, like this. And I think the order changed, right? So let's remember it. This one is the first, this one is the last one. And the order changed, yeah. So right now this should be sorted, and then we can just do the same thing for my blocks as well, and then we have basically sorted them according to their release date, like this. And one thing is basically wrong, I guess. Okay, my blocks.sort. What is the problem? Actually, this is pretty annoying. I'm just going to do it like this. Set my blocks and my blocks.sort. So this should actually work, and my blocks should be sorted as well right now. As you can see, both of them are sorted. Right now there's just one thing missing, and it would be pretty cool to allow the user to write a comment in the block section, so we're going to make this possible as well, I'd say. And therefore we're going to go to the blocks section, or to the block section to be specific, and right here we are going to add a comment section, which should actually sections.map. It should be, yeah, right inside of this container. So we're going to give it a gap, then we're going to go to components, comments.jsx, array fce. We created a basic template, and right here we're going to import comment like this. And we're going to create comments, and comments are basically a sub collection. So here, right here, you can see the basic template. We have an error, failed to construct comment. Please use the new operator, this DOM object contract. Wait, where's comment? I wanted to import comments, basically. Comments from here. This should actually work. And as you can see, it works. There is the comment section. Basically, we want to allow the user to input or to write a comment. So basically, we are going to use a text area right here that has the name comment, ID comment, height of class name, age of, let's say, 40. And so what I'm basically trying to achieve is I want to allow the user to write a comment for each block. So the comment section is basically a sub collection of the blocks collection. Each block will have its own comment section, so it's its own comment sub collection, and each comment will have a comment saved as a string, a created by, which is going to be the user ID, and a timestamp, which is basically going to be the time when the user published the comment. So what we are going to do to basically release or create a comment is we'll give the user a text area with a certain height. We have an image. We'll import a pb from .assets/images/pb.jpg, and then we're going to either use, let me import the user from equals use context, user context, and we are going to give the user.avatar if we have it. Otherwise, we're going to use the profile picture. We'll have a class name of v12 age 12 rounded full, which should actually make it. And now, as you can see, we have the profile picture here, and we have a text area that somehow does not seem to work for whatever reason. 44 as a height, width should be full, and maybe should also add a placeholder, enter a comment. I really don't know why. Okay, now it's showing up. We need a class name of oh, we already have the class name, so we'll give it a border border gray 200 rounded medium. Should actually display it. Width should be full. Oh, we already have it. So it's basically not the full width because this div is not taking up the full width. We're going to give it a flex and a gap of 5, so we'll have a gap between the profile picture and the page right there, or the comment section. Padding should be 4 and outline should be none into each direction. Then we have the comment field right here. We have our user profile, and then we'll also add a button of type submit. So we're basically going to put this one into a form that basically takes the text area and the button of type submit. This form is also going to take the class name of width full, so it's going to take up the entire width. It's going to have on submit handle add comment, which is going to be the function. Const handle add comment is equal to e goes to e.prevent default, like this. And this should actually prevent the default reload. When we enter a comment, the button does not have any text, add comment, and no class names. So it's basically going to have a background of blue of 400. Text is going to be white, and the text is going to be in the center. It's going to have a padding of y of 2, and around will be medium. This should actually work already. Width is going to be full and margin top is going to be 2, for example. And right now we have a pretty solid comment section, I'd say. This whole comment section can have a margin top of basically 5, for example. You can also like use a different margin, but for this project I feel like it works. And whenever the user enters a comment, we are going to create a sub collection. So we're going to add a try catch block. Obviously, we're going to use the toast container again right here for the error message. I'm going to re-import it like this. And what we're going to do is we're going to give comments ref. So const comment ref is equal to document. And now we need to go to the database. We go to our blog, which has the ID of user dot or basically it would be better to get our blog, our current blog. So how am I going to do it? We basically, okay, we can get the current ID, so we're going to get the ID using the use params hook, which should be our current ID, I think. So let's log the ID, and it should be the ID if I'm correct. So by using this ID, we can actually get the ID to the block, and then we'll create a comments section, and or basically a comments document. And now we'll have to add the comments document. So what we're going to do is use await, or let's say const comment doc equals await. So we have to turn this into an asynchronous function. Add document, we use the comment ref, and then we'll use the data that we want to save to the document, which is basically the comment which we have to create. Set comment is equal to use state. We're going to initialize it with an empty string. The text area is going to have a value which is basically the comment, and an on change handler which is going to be set comment, which is equal to e.target.value. So basically now we have the comment, and then we'll add the comment right here. We are also going to add a timestamp, which is going to be server timestamp, which is a Firebase function or method that we can use. Then we'll take a look at our data scheme, and it's also having the created by field, which will set to user.id if we have it. So we are basically, yeah, we already imported the user, and this should actually set the comment doc. And if everything worked, we are going to say toast.success comment edit, which will give the user some feedback, and we're going to set comment back to an empty string. And this should actually, hey, great host, work if I'm not entirely wrong, but it doesn't. So database is not defined, so we are going to import database, add comment, invalid argument, invalid document references, block comment had 3. Let me take a look. Comments is actually a collection, so I basically have to, yeah, use a collection reference right here, add comment, and comment should be added. Perfect. So let's take a look at our database. We actually didn't refresh it for a while right now. So we have our blocks collection right here with the different blocks. You can see it right here. And then we have our block collection, which has a comment sub collection, and the comment sub collection basically has our first comment. And then we can add another comment, yuppie, yay, for whatever reason. And then we have a second comment, which should actually be displayed right here. We're going to block, wait. Did I do this? Oh, this is actually wrong. So I'm going to delete this collection, delete collection, block. It should be our user sub collection. So I'm going to refresh it. Hey, bro. And let's take a look, reload our blocks collection or our database. Then go to blocks. Which one was the block that we commented on? It was this one, and right now we have the comments. So now we basically just need to display our comments, which is basically pretty easy. We're going to add a comment.jsx. We're going to create a file which has the name comment, and we'll display this comment in the comment section right below the let me take a look. Let's actually display it down below there. /comment should be correct. We are going to wrap it with a div like this. It should work. Now it should basically display the comment. This one is going to have a width of full, and this basically works. Then our comment is going, first of all, we have to fetch all of the comments, which should be pretty easy by using useEffect. We're going to give it an empty dependency array. Const unsub is equal to onSnapshot. The snapshot basically needs a reference to our comments, so we're going to use const comment ref is equal to document, since we need a document reference, or actually we need a collection reference since we want to get all of the comments. We are going to go into the database, into blocks, into we need the block ID, so we're basically again going to use const ID equals use params like this. Then we're going to use the ID right here, and then we're going to go into the comments section. We're going to give this one the comments reference, and then we're going to have a snapshot right here, which we could basically log, but I think we saw the snapshot pretty often right now, so I'm not going to do it. It should be const snap is equal to of snapshot dot wait snap this is wrong, snapshot dot docs, and then we can basically right here we can return our unsub function like this, and right here we can basically, let's set comments equal to use state. It's going to be an empty array, and once we have this one .docs, we can basically const my all comments is equal to an empty array, and once we have a comment, we're going to set all comments .push to an object that has basically snap.data and a comment ID of snap.id, and this should basically give us all of the comments, and then we're going to set comments equal to all comments like this, and then we can basically sort all comments by the timestamp. So we should basically be able to sort them. We are going to have A and B, and if b.timestamp.toDate minus a.timestamp.toDate, exactly the same like we did in the blocks document to sort them according to their release date basically. If we have that, we are going to set all of the comments in a sorted way, and right now we can basically, this was probably pretty dumb since we actually should do this in our comments section right here. Let me write it right there. Can get rid of this. Comments like this should work, and then we are going to do comments.map. We are going to have a comment, and that comment is basically going to the comment function. And now I'm also going to console.log our comments like this, and yeah, this should actually be pretty much all we have to do, if I'm not entirely wrong. Use effect needs to be imported again like this. We probably also need to import, probably we don't need to import this again, so let's reload. Maybe something is still missing. Let's go there. Reference on snapshot is not defined. Could have guessed that. Snapshot like this. Let's reload. We have to go to blogs and to our blog post again. And right now everything seems to work. So we have the comments. The comment has a timestamp, a comment ID. So basically our comment is going to get the entire data from .comment, since we're going to spread it. And now each comment, this is something we're not going to need, will have a comment, a timestamp, and probably also a created by, which is actually pretty pointless, to be honest, since we could already fill it with the creator. So once we have a snapshot, we should probably const user ref is equal to document database users, and then we are going to use we should probably put it in there. Let's see, and we are going to take what is going to be, so the user or the ID is basically snap.data, and this should be a created by field if I'm not completely wrong. Yeah, dot created by like this. And this should be the user ID, and now const user const comment author is equal to await get document. We need to turn this into an asynchronous function, and this should give us the user that is basically the comment author. Let me take a look at it. I'm going to reload it like this, go to a certain block, and yeah, this gives me the comment author, which is, wait, does it give me the comment author? Created by, it should be this one if I'm not wrong. Let me take a look. I'm going to console.log. Wait. Author, like this. So now I can be entirely sure that this is actually the author. And do I get the author somewhere? It somehow doesn't say author for some reason. So actually, let me console.log snap.data.created_by and created by. So let's take a look if we are even going to get this. Oh damn, I actually probably failed, right? So right now we have, what do we actually have? We're going to get an empty array for whatever reason, and we're going to get like the header image and all of this stuff. But my blocks, we're getting my blocks. I really don't know why we are not calling this on snap. Okay, we're just calling it when we're updating a comment. So I'm basically going to write a comment, and when I add it, I should get something. Yeah, perfect. And this is the ID, and I'm getting the document snapshot, and I'm going to get the author. So basically like this, I should get the data of the author, which I do. So perfect. So I'm going to add an author here, which is going to be an object that will have the comment.author. Actually, I can just pass comment author.data, which is basically an object. Then I'm going to remove this. Wait, give me a second. This is incorrect. Actually, it should be correct. What is the problem right here? Set comments. Let me revert this, since it was like basically correct a couple of seconds ago. So right now it's actually working. All comments.push. So let's set the creator to okay, snap.id, and now I have comment author.data, which should actually be fine right now, I think. I can also call this like author, and this should give me all of the data of the creator. So right now we'll have basically the usernames of the creators, and we can pass, yeah, we should have the comment. Now we can also destructure the author right here. I'm going to console.log the author as well to get an overview over the author, and then I'm going to put in like an image reference right here. I'm going to use a profile picture as a fallback profile picture again from images/pb.jpg, and if we have an author.avatar, we are going to use it, and otherwise we're going to use the fallback image like this. So right now it should actually comments.map comment, and actually it should reload the comments all of the time, to be honest. Async user ref doc await get doc. For some reason it's not. Okay, so let's finish this, guys. What I actually failed to do is I didn't return the comment. So yeah, after like 5 hours really getting kind of unfocused, I'd say. So let's finish this comment. We're going to give it a class name v12, age 12, rounded is going to be full. This hey can be deleted. Next to the image we basically have a paragraph that contains basically the username. So we're going to use author dot, let me take a look at the author property, author dot username, like this. And now we can also log the comment right here, which is going to be the comment probably, like this. And those two are going to be next to each other. Then we're going to give this the class name flex, gap of 5, item start, and now it looks like this. Every comment is obviously going to have a margin top of probably 5, like this. The username is going to have a class name of font, going to have a class name of font bold, margin bottom of 2, and maybe just 1. And right now, actually this, to me this looks kind of pretty much alright. We could also, like next to the username, we could basically place another div and give it another paragraph that basically has the time stamp, if you want to call it like that. And the timestamp, objects are okay. Objects are actually not valid, so we're going to use .date, to local date, string I think is the method. I hope so, otherwise I have to take a look again. Blocks right here, okay. Then we need to format it. Let's give it an empty array. Hour 2 digit, minute 2 digit. I really hope this works. And right now let's go there. Okay. Timestamp dot to date to local time string, and I'm actually not sure if this is going to solve anything. Let me take this entire function like this. I'm going to go to comments. Right here I'm going to add time is equal to comment dot timestamp. Then I'm going to get the time basically from here, and I should add the time right here, and it should actually work. I really don't know why it's not working. Comment, okay, this was actually wrong. It should be comment. If we have a comment, then we're going to use the timestamp dot to date, like this, dot to local date string, local time string. Okay, so basically I have a typo in there. It should be to local time string. Actually I have 2 typos in there. Let's reload, blocks, whatever, and right now it works. Basically this still looks terrible, so I'm going to give it a class name of flex, a gap of 3. I'm going to turn this time into a class name of text xs basically, and now everything should work as expected. I'm going to just turn this self end to place it in the end, and or let's maybe just put both of these items into the center, and this should be just fine. And now we basically have a comment section. We can also go to our profile, log out, log in as a different user, and then we are basically finished. So any username, what up, doesn't really matter. We're going to sign up with that email at mail.com. and we are in. Now we can see basically all of the blogs. We are registered successfully. We go to the blogs page. We don't have any posts, so we don't see any posts. We can add like a post, my first post. Let's add my section, whatever, doesn't really matter. Add blog post, we're going to add it. Now we have our first blog post, which we can see in our blogs page. We go to the home page. This one is the newest post, therefore it's on the left, so our sorting algorithm seems to work. We can type a comment right here. We can reload. If we reload, we will also see our profile picture here, so just needs one reload to see it. And right here, this seems to be an empty block. For whatever reason, I created this. Oh, wait, give me a second. Okay, the error might probably be that we should like get blocks right here and blocks right here. We should use blocks.filter, and yeah, this is alright. And now we should also see the content. So the problem was basically that we just used our blocks, and now we can also see the context of other users. We can like, hey bro, fight me 1v1, and now you see the comments are also going to be sorted, so the comment section works, and actually everything seems to work. So it was a long project. I really hope you learned a lot. I know this is like basically my first tutorial. There's a lot of stuff probably missing, and I'm really struggling with like talking and thinking at the same time. So I definitely did a lot of mistakes during the project, but I feel like showing you that it sometimes takes some time to fix the errors, even if you like coded a project already before. Yeah, can basically happen. So yeah, really hope you enjoyed the video, hope you learned something, and have a great day, guys. See you.